Mother. Oh, let's go hand in those coins since we're here. Shit, was it Refined Feast? Yeah. Oh, shit. Fishing gave me way less XP than I expected it to. I got 1,000 of a percentage. I made sure I finished right at 99% last night because I wanted to see how much I got from fishing. I don't know why I thought fishing gave a little bit more. I legit thought it gave a little bit more than that. So I think I'm going to go back to having a fishing ult. That's such an inconsequential amount of fishing XP. I even wore my... Oh my god, I didn't even use my XP crystals. I actually completely forgot. I didn't use my master crystals or my XP crystals. But yeah, either way. I have a feeling EXP buffs don't affect that shit. Oh shit, we need to grab the quests. Oh shit, and I need to talk to Dalish too. I think it's down... No. How long does it take point X3 grinding? Like 10 minutes. And that was fishing for over 12 hours. So it's like 0.0001. I get 10 times that in an hour. No. Well, Yeah, probably get. Yeah, it's bad. It was bad. So I don't know why I always had thought it was going to be more, but turns out it isn't. Shit, I wonder if I have enough maids to move this all at once. Do 10,000 at a time. Oh, I couldn't move it all. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't realize that shit weighed so much. Okay, back to town. Actually, where's the nearest storage? There should be a storage there, right? Yo, what's up, Kobato? Wait, did the song request not work? It didn't crash. Try again. The software's running. Actually, I'm gonna relaunch it. Give me back my 4K, give me a sec. Before I forget that I'm doing this. Oh, you already did? Okay. Perfect. Thank you, John. That wasn't 4K, but I'll let it slide. Well, it was only a 2K redemption. So what do you mean 4K? I might lower the... okay, so now it's working. Did it not automatically... Oh, that's right. I had to turn off... Wait. No, the refunding should work. I don't remember turning the refunding off. See rewards, refund conditions. No, the refund conditions are... No, the issue is when you log into Spotify from different regions, even though you're playing the same song, it's almost like there's like... Maybe they do it for like region tracking or what, but it's a different song even though it's the same song. So when you do the individual song tag, if it's not the Canadian one that's available to Canada, then it doesn't play it, even though they might be identical at a 1-to-1 ratio. It's so fucking annoying. At this point, I almost think it's easier for people to just type in the name and the title of the song, sorry, the artist and the title of the song, and then if it picks the wrong song, then we just refund. Like, if this was a fully Canadian stream, or if I was American, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad. It'd be cool if I could enable a VPN for Spotify, and Spotify alone. But I think the only way I can do that is if I open up the Spotify app through my browser. And then that messes with my whole audio setup because I actually have my browser muted so I can listen to other streams. And now I wouldn't be able to do that without you guys hearing it. But I don't want to enable just a VPN on my PC because then that's going to mess with the streaming side of it. Let's see, open up the stream manager. I wonder if I can pop out chat. Let's see, manage requests. Here we go. Song request. Oh, he already refunded it again? Okay, good shit. So I will complete all of those. Okay. Maybe I'll just keep that tab open. Try using just the, I'm going to actually change the description too. Let's see, viewer rewards, channel points, song requests, edit. I might lower the amount of points for a song request. Let's lower it to 1,000 today and see how that works out. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, let's go back. So today I don't want to go as hard as yesterday, but it would be cool to get 0.4 today, 0.4 tomorrow, and then I only need to get 0.2 on Friday so we can get our level in the middle of the stream on Friday. You can lower the request, keep the skip vote low. I increased the skip low, the skip to, I think it was 7 or 8 votes. Because I feel like 5 was a little too low. I wish I could have it scale with how many people are in the stream. Like, just make it so it's always at least 1% of the people watching or something like that. Or 2%. So as, you know. Okay, let's see. Vote skip. Yeah, we have it at 7. So I feel like 5 was a little low. But yeah, you're right. Like, I don't want it to go too high and then we just can't skip things. Okay, we have our cake rolling. Bing, bang, boom. Artifacts. Crystals. I wonder. It would be cool if we could... No, maybe not. Never mind. Okay. Buffs going, crystals, artifacts, food buff, scrolls. I guess off we go. You know what'd be cool? I like the fact that you can use those tokens to get these. They should also make it so you can combine these into the 1,000 ones. Into the better ones. Like, why not? Okay, let's get it. Start chipping away at the last %. Let's also change to our XP pets. I think this is combat XP, right? Yeah. So the gold is 99.4 today. And 99.8 tomorrow. Well, 4 more. Then we get that 180 stack. Oh shit, we gotta get the video grinder bot going. I actually want to move this. Yeah, this is a 90s party. I mean, let's be honest. MMOs are just Barbies for adults and boys. What do you think our characters are? We dress them up, we gear them up, we play with them. That's all our characters are. Global Lab tomorrow, by the way, you guys. Global Lab tomorrow instead. There has... I don't know why. It's been rescheduled to a day early. I'm assuming it has something to do with... There's going to be something in it patch related that might get shipped with the patch as well. I don't know. But it seems like having the Global Lab the same day as the patch, maybe they don't want something to be known 6 days before the patch or 5 days before the patch. I don't know. And I know there's normally a 1 week lag time, but maybe we're going to be getting something tomorrow that wasn't on Global last week that's going to be on Global this week, and we're also going to get it with our patch tomorrow. Damage on female crimes in Storm? No. You mean oral discharge. That's Riftstorm. Oral discharge and judgment of female crimes. Or persecution of female... No. Damn it. What is interrogate again? The Korean translation is so funny. Oral discharge is Riftstorm, and persecution of female crimes is interrogate. The 15th of August is Liberation Day in Korea, so it's a day off for them. Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense then. Never mind. Have I used it all on 1440p? Yeah, I'm using it right now. It works fine for me. I've had no issues with it. Party pooper, I know, eh? Just ruined it. Just ruined it for us with logic. Since we're in the last 1%, every point, every 1/100th of a percentage is 1% of the remaining. Oh, chat. Yo, what's up? Start to start. How you doing? Good morning. How far is the trash off you? Mine's pretty far off. Mine's been pretty good. It's not perfect with trash, and I've only had it mess up with like one essence so far. In the last, well, I mean, I guess I've only been using it for 2 days now. But like right now it says, oh, it's gonna be off because I accidentally started it late. Here, let's reset it. Remind me in an hour, Williams. And we'll see. Did that just restart it? Come on. Yeah, there we go. Just at random intervals, Williams. Just type like loot check or something and I'll tell you. I think we might get less crashing. I think a lot of the time when it crashes, it's because it's sending an error about the song not being available. So I think if we just use the name and stuff like that, even though we might occasionally have the issue where it doesn't pick the right song. I think the app should crash less. We'll see. It would be cool if I could actually make the song request like half price for subs. Yeah. See, I can actually enable a command on the bot, so you just type in chat like you see in other chats, like ! song request and then the name of the song. And I can enable that and just make that free. And then I could have that exclusively for subs. But there's like, I can't make it half price or anything. I could also make it free for VIPs, and then I can make it so I can wipe the VIPs. So there's no VIPs, and then people pay channel points for VIP for the month, which gives them month-long free song requests. I don't know if I want to completely hand over the radio, though, to you guys. I do want to listen to my own shit, too, so... By the way, John, in 10 minutes, I got twice as much XP as I did in 12 hours of fishing. Put mine into the song request, then? Get out of here. It would actually be cool if I could just make it so the song request only goes like every other song. Okay, let's see the trash. Right now it says I have 1,172 trash, and I have... Actually, did it double count some things? It's actually a little bit over already. That's weird. Normally it's under, not over. One thing that might be worth considering, Williams, is if you have this little loot pop up behind like a window that you open. Like if I have this window open, the 5th line is covered by the equipment window. And that if I'm grinding with this open, then it'll cover that up. Yours is always over. Interesting. The etcher's on the left, nothing covers it. Okay, okay. I don't even know what you're saying right now, John. Wait, did they change that? That is a completely different image than what they originally showed. Let me go back to the Discord. Oh, they must have updated that. That is definitely different than what I originally saw. Okay, well, let's move it, I guess. I think I need to restart the session. Yeah, it's not tracking now. I think if you move it, I'm guessing what happens is when you hit start session, it looks for it for the first time, and then as soon as it finds it, it now just uses that area instead of the whole screen, because now it's not tracking. Let me restart it. That's probably a smart way of doing it, too, so this way you don't have all this unnecessary crap on there. Okay, let's restart it and see if it's more accurate now. We're at 2.5% of our goal for the day. Okay, it's just not working at all now. Oh, never mind. I guess that... Wait. Maybe I need to relaunch the app? You have to full restart the game? Oh. I feel like I don't like it there because if I open my inventory while I'm grinding, it's going to miscount. It's not going to count something, so maybe I will move it. I don't want it really to be over here because then it's going to be under the on-screen chat. If you go to character select, it's fine too? Okay. That's a good idea. We'll test that first. If it doesn't work, then we'll restart. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's just try restarting the app first. Let's do this in steps. Okay, the app's restarted. Maybe when it initiates, it checks first. Okay, no, restarting the app didn't work. So let's try character select next. I also closed the app too. Good, start it back up. Let's see if character select worked. Yeah, character select worked. Didn't have to restart the game. happy I bought those pen arcs when I did. I completely forgot that they melted down into 200 dons, so... Got them nice and cheap, so worst case scenario, I lose 2 bill. That's worst case, which is fucking pennies. Okay, let's see how much it's off already. Oh, wait. That's right, I gotta move trash again. God damn it. Okay, let me restart it again. It'd be cool if they added a pause session and just a restart session button. Oh yeah, 380 AP. Oh wait. Wait. What am I missing? Brain cells? I swear I was looking at this yesterday and this looked fine. Apparently I am missing brain cells. What was I looking at yesterday? Was something fucked up? I could have swore that with the double pen narcs, I could do Capras. Or, not Capras, sorry. Or wait, maybe, yo, maybe that's where I'm fucking up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why am I saying Capras? Is that where I'm confused? We're not getting Capras right away. Let's see, we're getting one. Oh, 450. 370, 450 is what I need. I'm still short 2 DP, though. Oh, is that because this isn't exalted? Oh, that's exactly why. That's... Oh, okay. That's where I fucked up. Never mind. Biseptimus is talking about Capras, but we're not getting Capras day one. We're getting, just the one below it. That's where my confusion is. Let's see how we're doing for trash. The tracker says we have, let's give it a second update, 2,374, 2,374, wait, 2,391 it says. Yeah, you're right, it's actually overcounting the trash. Crimson Desert is delayed? How long do they delay it? I mean, they've been kind of going all hands on deck on BDO. That's probably why Crimson Desert's delayed. Q1 of 2026. Okay. 2035. Open world build. Ooh. I think it's very important that they try to make sure they get it out with as few bugs as possible, so I get it. Okay. Okay, 5% of our goal for the day. Just need to do what we just did 19 more times. 30 minutes times 19. Okay, we're grinding kind of slow. We need some tides. We need some tides and we need to stop taking breaks. I like how I'm like, yeah, we need to just not take so many breaks today, and then instantly I gotta go AFK. One of the pressure in one of our tires was low, so I was getting my wife to move the vehicle a quarter turn at a time to see if like there was any nails or anything in the tire, but everything looks fine. I had it all pumped up, sprayed it with a little soapy water as she's rotating it to see if I can spot any air bubbles. Can't find anything. So I pumped the tire back up. We have a little air pump in the vehicle. So I told her, like, pay attention, and if it turns back on the way to work, then, you know, we'll have to go get it, get somebody to take a look at the tire. There's actually a tire repair place, like, a block away from my wife's work. So she could legit drop the vehicle off there and walk the rest of the way to work. We, wish I had, like, man, so annoyed. This new vehicle didn't come with a donut. My old one that was in the accident did have one. And I wasn't thinking about it at the time, but because that vehicle was just getting scrapped, it was a write-off because it was trashed. I should have took the donut out of the back and keep it for the new one, but I didn't know the new one wasn't going to come with one. Maybe I should just buy like a spare tire. I got a tire repair kit, but I'd rather just have a spare, you know? But yeah, it seems odd that it would be down like 10 PSI. And I would suspect that if it was somebody just fucking with people's tires, the cap, right, on the valve stem, it was back on there, right? So I would imagine if somebody was just going around deflating people's tires for shits and giggles like a kid or something, they'd probably just throw the cap to the side. They wouldn't bother putting it back on, right? No security cam. I was thinking of getting one of those door cams, one of those ring cams, so I can see like when packages and stuff arrive, and then because the vehicle's right there too, then it would be useful for that. Although, the wheel that it was the back left wheel, which is the furthest from the door and out of sight. I just told my wife to pay attention. I said if it drained overnight to 25 PSI, and it's normally set to 35, that by the time she gets to work, it'll probably drop a bit. So if all of a sudden it goes back on and it's, you know, back at like 30, then we know there's a problem and it wasn't somebody just fucking around. I told her just to drive careful and avoid potholes, just in case there is a minor hole. You don't want her to hit a pothole or something. We have lots of them in our city. Needs to get that premium air, yeah. Tell her to blow into it. It's our anniversary tomorrow, hon. Why don't you go blow the tire instead of me? I hope we see the adjustments they're making to the DP crystals tomorrow. I would love to see that, and then whatever PvE damage changes they're planning on doing. What photo filter do I use? None. No photo filter. I think all of the photo filters look tacky. Vibrance makes it too bright. Everything else makes it look too weird. Hey, good morning, Valkyria. Yeah, we are in the last percentage. I want to get to 99.4 today, 99.8 tomorrow, or as close as I can to. Tomorrow's my anniversary, so the stream might actually be a bit shorter. And then Friday, we're going to try to finish it off. I might actually, maybe I can get to 99.5 today to make up for the fact that I'm going to be streaming a little bit less tomorrow. Yeah, 15-year anniversary tomorrow. $15 years, yeah. Crazy how fast the time goes by. That's almost as long as I've been a savior, man. Same. Yeah, let's see. So we can cheese the fourth boss day one. And then in order to get Kafra, in order to be able to do Kafra, we need what? 380, 460, which cannot be done with just 2 narcs. Oh wait, yes it can. But you need to get you need to get 8 more DP, 7 more DP. So all that means is between the time they release part 1A and 1B, you need to get all of your armors converted. 3 armors to duo and 1 armor to pry before they add 1AB. And then you'll also be able to do Capras when they add that. So, assuming you one-tap it, and I think you have a really good chance to one-tap Pry and Duo, because you're going to overstack the fuck out of that. You'll probably have like a 90% chance on Prize. And if you overstack enough, you might be able to even get like a 90% chance on Duos. Or really close to. So that's a minimum. We'll say one failure in there, because you're hitting basically 7 enhancements with like a 10% chance to fail. We'll say one fail. So that's 8 clicks plus the 4 conversions. That's 3 months. So got 3 months. We don't have the one sheet AP yet. Well, we also don't have the one sheet DP, but we're not going to be getting that until March or April. And we'll have we'll have that content long before that happens. 1 of 10 people are going to be pissed. Yeah. Well, 1 of 10 people are going to, you know, that's also assuming that they release it in exactly 3 months, right? Which I doubt they will. That'll actually bring us into November. So it actually gives you like 2 or 3 weeks. If we assume that 1B comes with the Calpheon ball, then it should be very easy to have it with 2 narcs to do Capras. Does Sage still kick ass? Yep. And takes names. Crimson Desert got delayed. Yeah, that's not a big deal, right? I would rather them release a complete product, especially something like that. When you're gonna have like this Souls-like game, you better make sure it ships well done. Because if people get into it and it feels like shit, they're just gonna turn it off, and they won't go back to it. So, I think it makes sense if they don't feel like it's ready to delay it. I also suspect that they're going all hands on deck with BDO and Crimson Desert right now. Or, sorry, not Crimson Desert. BDO and Console, right? Take a look at the work they're trying to do with Console. They're trying to catch them up in 4 months. Which is awesome. I mean, they never should have been in this position where they were so far behind, but that's ambitious as hell. That's true. Yeah. Maybe it is just the voice acting. They have had issues. With Land of the Morning Light Part 2, that was our first time getting a global release because they didn't want to make us have to wait for that voice acting strike that was going on, right? Console certification, yeah. Imagine if they released the new content update and video and released Crimson Desert at the same time. That would be so dumb. I think it's definitely something like if they're smart, and I'm sure they'll do this, do it like between, like, right between the Heidel ball and the Calpheon ball, like dead center, but you definitely don't want to steal the thunder of one or the other by doing both at the same time. I think Q1 makes perfect sense for that too, right? Because by then we should already have the new shit that they announced. Right between both is NAEU 10th anniversary. It is, yeah. Yeah, March is our 10-year anniversary. Yeah, for sure. Give them more time to polish the product. Less competition. At the same time. GG's. Any game making it to 10 years these days? Yeah. There's a lot of people who doom about BDO and act like it's like some little rinky-dink thing, and it's like a barely like it's almost like a borderline failure. It's like, what are you even talking about? A game making it 10 years, never mind an MMO. Like, think of all the MMOs that have died so quickly after release. The fact that this is still holding strong after 10 years, and you know, it's had its ups and downs, but right now, like, we're on path to have one of our biggest ups in the history of BDO. Like, they've been doing absolutely fantastic. Like, BDO is definitely in the list of top 10 most successful MMOs now. People need to have a reason to buy blacksmith boxes. Blacksmith boxes will get their money up, but it's not going to bring players to the game. If players are unhappy and they quit the game, they're not going to be like, oh, a blacksmith box, I'm going to go dive back in and spend money on a game that I don't want to play. That's just not going to happen. The very last boss, Kafra's, is going to be 380, 460. But we're not getting that boss right away. We're only getting the fourth boss. And the fourth boss is, yeah, 360, 350. And if they don't release Capras before December, then this advantage that all these Pen Fallen God holders have claimed that they want their Pen Fallen God for never comes to fruition. Because by then, everybody has enough stats, enough DP to do it without even a Pen Fallen God. So they have to release 1B before December. Otherwise, the Pen Fallen God owners don't get to have that benefit. In fact, it'll be more like mid-November once people start hitting that requirement, unless they get Giga unlucky. They said 1B was September 10th. Did they say that? Is that in the dates command? And when did they say that? If 1A got delayed 2 weeks, then 1B might also got delayed 2 weeks. That still puts it a bit ahead. That means that the Fallen God owners should get about a month of being the only ones that can queue up for Capras. At the same time they delayed 1A. Do you have a link to that? I'm curious. Yeah, 3080 AP. Capras is going to require Giga Gear. Man with the receipts, I like it. Okay, let's see. Update schedule. Here we go. Yeah, oh yeah, September 11th. So unless it gets delayed. Okay. That's good for the Pen Fallen God owners, because then if they meet that deadline, then the Pen Fallen God owners at least get, they'll get like 2 months of being the only ones that can actually queue for Capras. Where the rest of us will be stuck with just the first 4. A lot of politics involved? No. You could potentially try with your guild to make sure that other guilds, excuse me, don't get the castle. But once somebody gets, excuse me, once somebody becomes the Edania, then you still have to kick them out in a 1v1, right? So there's a 10-man free-for-all that happens, and the winner gets to compete against the Edania. So, like, the 10 people in the free-for-all, assuming that, you know, you got friends that get in there too, you could try to make sure, like, let's say you're Digi, right? You could say, oh, there's an guy. Let's kill him first before we fight each other. And then I guess they could, if they want, they could coordinate rotating it and try to do that every week. But you also have, there's 3 of the slots are going to be random, right? So only the 7 of them is the highest geared people. And 3 are random. And what's to stop, like, if one guild's trying to hold the castle, what's to stop, you know, the most geared people for one guild to try to get in there, right? I don't know. There might be some attempts at politics, but I don't think it'll be easy. Guess we'll have to wait and see, though. I mean, at the same time, in the same breath, you know, most guilds that's in this game have always tried to use politics to control things, so I think it would be naive to think that there wouldn't at least be an attempt to. Man, I'm really phlegmy all of a sudden. What the fuck? Just depends how many players there are with enough gear for Gavras. Not really. Basically, everybody with a Pen Fallen God is going to be able to compete for it, and there's definitely going to be more than 10 of those people. And I highly doubt that the majority of those people are concentrated in specific guilds. There'll definitely be more than 10 people, that is for sure. So even if you have even if you do have one pen Fallen God, I don't think you're going to be guaranteed a spot for that last castle. I think only the people with 2 or more will be guaranteed a spot, because there's definitely more than 10 people with a pen Fallen God. That's true, right? That boss might be hard as fuck. When you said the last boss, you're speaking part 1? No, the first boss in part 1 is going to be 350 DP. It's going to be 365, 370, 450. Because we're getting Castle 1, 2, and 4. We're not getting Castle 3. Castle 3 is 365, 445, but we're not getting that one. There's also going to be some tiebreaker bullshit as well. No, it'll probably just randomly pick, right? It'll probably just randomly pick. It'll probably do the same thing as maybe like War of the Roses, right? Maybe it puts a little bit of weight on you. Because like, at least for the first week. Well, no, by then, actually, by the time we get part 2, the Pen Fallen God owners are going to have time to work on their other armors. So I guess it'll be just the people who get lucky with their first Fallen Edania armor clicks. Yes, it's random, but definitely feels bad considering the amount of gear needed the first week. Why does it feel bad?
Good morning, Zeth. Chad. Managed to get all the Edania seal rewards right before heading out for a week out of town. Even lined up a push and set being done at the same time. Feels good, man.
There's no reason for it to feel bad. There's 4 other castles that you'll be able to compete for. Well, we don't know about that, dog. What it should do is it should default down, right? So if you don't get accepted for the 5th castle, then it bumps you down to the 4th castle, and then it tries to get you in there. It'd be cool. It would be really annoying if you applied for the 5th castle, and if for some reason you don't get selected, now you don't get to participate for the week. So I imagine it will be a step down thing. Which will make it so if you have the bare minimum requirements for the first castle, you might not get in. Because everybody who applies for the higher ones will get pushed down. It only makes sense to make it work that way. Because if you qualify for the 5th castle, you obviously qualify for all the ones below it. And technically using narcs hurts you in that regard, right? Because narcs actually have 1 less gear score. Right? These have, I think, 20 gear score? Yeah. Where these actually have 21. So you're actually down 2 gear score. Blended users, too, also get fucked, because we were actually missing 3 gear score from that. So you're probably going to want to use your Vel's Heart when trying to qualify for a castle. Unless they give us the ability to put 3 AP on our other stones. Which I fully expect them to do. No. Well, you don't need exact, you just need above it. Yeah, I see it all here. The first castle is 450, 427, which tons of people have right now. The second castle is 360, 440, then 365, 445, 370, 450, and then 380, 460. It's a pretty significant bump for Capras. Like every other one is like 5 AP, 5 DP up, but the last castle is a jump of 10 AP, 10 DP. Actually, I guess it's a 13. Oh no, I guess it's only the second and third castle. It's a the second, third, and fourth. That's a no. The third and fourth. That's a minor jump. The jump between the first and the second castle is pretty big, and the jump between the fourth and the fifth castle is pretty big. I just noticed the first castle is actually quite a bit lower. Where am I looking? I'm looking at the Black Desert Foundry for the Heidel Ball announcements. They show a screenshot of when they showed the Edania region, right? It showed the AP-DP requirement above each castle. And it uses the word requirements as well, right? They don't say the recommended AP, they say the required AP. Or the required, you know, stats. Which implies you can't even queue unless you have those. Do they normally show the gear for new regions on Global Labs? They normally don't. No, they normally don't show shit for new content releases. So yeah, for all the people who are expecting to get an idea of what Edania does on Global Lab, are going to be sorely disappointed. Because this would be like the first time, or I guess the second time ever, where they have ever put the... And the one time that they did put the region on Global Lab was actually closed off to the public. It was just for media, right? So YouTubers, partners, game reviewers, they were all allowed access under an NDA to the Global Lab to experience Mountain of Eternal Winter, but they weren't allowed to release any information about it until the, what do they call that? We'll just say until the NDA is lifted. That was the one time it ever happened. So yeah, they weren't allowed to actually release, I believe they were allowed to release information the day of the content release. Embargo, yes. That's what the word was. Thank you. Yeah, aside from that one situation which had very strict rules and was very, very limited access, they've never put new content, a new like region and all that shit on Global Lab before the new region came out. Are the bosses for the upgrade mats similar to world bosses? No, they're more similar to like the Black Shrine bosses. Right, these guys. You got to go in there solo. You got to have the gear requirement, and yeah, and then you got to beat them. You know what would be funny? If you can kill all of the bosses you have the required gear to kill, and it gives you an Edania fragment for every boss, just one a week. But then after that, you got to choose the castle that you want to apply for. And then we all end up getting like 4, or I guess eventually up to 5 Edania fragments a week. If they did that, getting the DP requirement would be so much quicker. If they end up doing that, you'd be able to kill, what, 3 bosses a week? Get 3 Edania fragments for the first up until September 11th. Would be better than 1 a week? Yeah. If they did that, then you'd be able to get enough gear before Khafra came out without having to have a Pen Fallen God to do Khafras. People complain because the rich get richer. Well, people always complain about that. That doesn't matter. People are always envious when people who are rich are putting in more work, and then they're getting richer, and then they're just sitting on their ass, not putting in the work. Believe it or not, to contrary belief, most rich people work their asses off to get rich and stay rich. There's a reason why most people who win the lottery end up claiming bankruptcy, because they don't have the skills that are required to get rich or stay rich. Or maybe I shouldn't say most people claim bankruptcy, but a very high proportion. You'd think that if you won millions of dollars, you would never have to worry about money ever again. But you'd be surprised how many of them have to claim bankruptcy. Or let everyone do 5 bosses? No. You would still have to hit the requirement, right? But that's what I'm saying is they didn't necessarily specify. They said you'd only be able to get 1 Edania fragment a week. But you never know. Maybe that's just a translation issue. Maybe they mean like 1 fragment per boss and you can do all 5 bosses. I think it's unlikely that that's the case, but you never know. It wouldn't be the first time that we've had, you know, misinterpretations like that, right? I'm just saying it would be funny if they did do that, and like right off rip you could get 3 stones a week, not 1 like people think. That would dramatically reduce the time gating on it, right? It would go from like 15 years down to, you know, well, a lot less than that. I don't think it's exactly proportional. Hi, financial advisor here. Advise you to give me half. Yeah. And what Kanjar is saying there is not all financial advisors have your best interests in mind. And you got to remember, when people don't understand how much money they have, they are probably not likely to, or more importantly, what their expenses are. They might be like, oh yeah, my financial advisor, he's just, you know, he's being overly cautious. I'll be fine having this property tax of $5,000 a month and this castle of a house that requires, you know, all of this upkeep, and I'm going to go buy 3 vehicles and, you know. That's typically what happens, is people live outside their means, they quit their jobs, and then they don't realize that the upkeep is vastly outweighing their income. And then all of a sudden, a couple years down the road, they're fucking broke. Now they got to sell everything they owned at a loss, except for maybe the house, assuming that they don't go long enough that it gets taken from them. The J word. What's the J word? Oh, job. How many mobs have I killed? 24 million. I'm ready. Let's see. I'm ready to count the fucks. I hope it's no higher than 1. Oh shit, our scrolls wore off. God damn it. Chat, you gotta remind me when my scrolls run out. That was 15 minutes. Can we please make XP scrolls not count towards the fairy limit? Twitch is freezing a bunch. Anybody else getting that? According to OBS, I am not skipping. Out of the 400,000 frames I've rendered, only 9 were missed. 9 frames out of 400,000. So sounds like it's a problem on your end. And I've dropped 0 out of all those frames as well. So my network is keeping up fine, completely fine. My encoder's keeping up completely fine. The renderer has, missed 0.0% of its frame. Or we stop making harmonies 15 slots. Yeah, they should be maybe reduced down to. So this way people aren't forced to get a, what is that called? Miraculous Cheer? No, that's the HP one. Continuous Care, level 5. Don't be poor, easy, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you have a memory leak or whatnot, but everything on my end is saying the stream is fine. Here, let me load up my stream on my other monitor too. Yeah, everything looks fine when I load it up on my other monitor. Every time we get it tied, it's 2.5% of our goal for the day. Oh, another tide. Actually, I'd really like to get 0.5 today, so maybe we got a little bit more to do. I'll have a good amount of time to grind today, but tomorrow I won't, so. By the way, Kinjara, I'm no longer fishing on my main. I was at 99.0000% last night because I wanted to see exactly how much XP I got from fishing in the trading hand-ins. And it was 3/1000th of a percentage in 12 hours of fishing. An absolutely inconsequential amount. So, I don't think I'm going to bother fishing on my main anymore. I don't know why I thought it was higher. But that is such a small amount that I can't be fucked to be fishing on my main anymore if it's actually going to be that small. Yeah, it's not bad for health XP because then you can eat food all night. That is a good point. It would be nice to get to... oh, I guess I gotta be careful. That window's going to fuck up my loot tracking. Speaking of food. Bring, bring, bring. Yep. Which you should be doing. I've been doing that for years. It should actually be 3 ticks if you're doing it properly, Cavell. You must be fucking up. Oh, or I guess 3 ticks when you're actively playing, 2 ticks overnight. Every 30 minutes go. Bing, bing, bing. Highlands are hex for silver an hour? No idea. I don't know why my loot tracker is off. I grinded hex for 1 hour with the yellow eggers and it's 20,000 under. Are you playing at a different... What resolution are you playing at? And what's your UI scale at? Because apparently it has difficulty reading text at different sizes. Like I said, PA just needs to recognize that this is something we want. They already had this system on Global Lab. Maybe not as detailed, but they did have a loot tracker on Global Lab at one point. It might even still be on there. Just fucking implement that into the game. The gangster, they just copy choice this thing and sell it as their own. They don't even need to do that. What are you talking about? Like I said, they already had a loot tracker in game where it was a window almost identical to the on-screen overlay. The only thing it didn't show, like it showed the quantity of everything you got while you had it active. It just didn't show the silver value, and it didn't have a timer. And it's very easy for them to add a timer, and it's very easy. I mean, I guess the silver tracker, they would have to go into their like own central market and plug that in, but that's not a big deal. We don't even necessarily need that. If you just had the loot tracker, you could just... I'm sure Garmoth, if we just had the loot tracker the way they originally added it on Global Lab, I'm sure Garmoth would implement some type of screen grabbing technology where you just basically take a screenshot of how much loot you got and upload it to Garmoth, and it automatically sorts it all out. Like, we already have that with, like, the horse Discord, for example, right? When you could take a screenshot of your horse's stats, and it'll give you a breakdown of the, you know, how up or down you are. It'll pick out the level, all that shit. Can they add the old upgrade system with bells with Khan's hearts? No, that system was going to be absolute dog shit. That's what we're talking about, Patties. I'm assuming you joined the conversation late. What we're saying is this video companion choices tracker is highly inaccurate in a lot of cases. Not all cases. But under very specific use cases, it's pretty accurate. But it seems like in a lot of cases, it's inaccurate. So, VDO already had this built into the game years ago on Global Lab, but for some reason it never got shipped alive. I don't understand why. I think whoever the dev was that was working on it, maybe he got retired, maybe it was some intern and the team forgot that it was something that was being worked on. But this is something they could very easily add to the game. And they should. I hope they do. So you didn't listen to the words that came out of my mouth? I said in very specific use cases, so when you have your UI, your resolution stuff set up to a specific values, then it's pretty accurate. But people play at a lot of different resolutions and UI scales, right? And as soon as you start tinkering with those, it fucks it up. What appears to be pretty dramatically. Like it's actually been overestimating my trash all morning, and I actually never noticed that over the last 2 days. Because I just let it run as soon as I start. But every time I reset it now and I look at it, it's always overestimating. So.
fp.sp peeps piff piffic.
Yeah. Choice is paying a dev to work on it. He's just helping test it, right? He's helping do the quality control and the testing for the dev, and then the dev is doing the work. Choice is definitely not a computer savvy guy. But you don't need to be when you got some money, right? Pay someone else that is savvy to do it. But yeah. I just hope PA implements that system that they were already working on at one point. Is it open source? I don't think so. It uses the same, I don't know the development jargon, but the same model, the same, I guess, would it be an engine? I don't think so. I think engines are specifically for like games, but it uses the same thing as the IQON app. So if you're actually using the IQON app and you try to use the on-screen overlay, it doesn't work because they conflict with each other. Language, maybe, yeah. So from more understanding, Kinjaro, and like I said, I haven't looked into it, but from what I understand, all it is doing is screen grabbing. Framework, yeah. All it is doing is when you start the app and you start your BDO client or change characters, I guess it must read the config file to find out exactly where this loot window, you see the one on the left side, it's actually under the chat, but it must read some type of file to find out where this is located on the screen, and then it's just basically recording it like something like 1,000 frames a second, and then comparing it to previous screenshots to find out exactly how much loot is being picked up, right? And then it puts it into the interface. Yeah. I'm not saying that's what it is doing. That's what they're claiming it's doing. But it must be reading some type of config file or something, because like if I move where this window is located, even if I restart the app, it'll lose track. It won't. So it's obviously not grabbing the whole screen. And it doesn't try to, it's not like using the first frame to figure out where it is and then setting that, because if you restarted the app, that would be fine. You have to actually go to character select or restart your client if you move that window. So that does imply to me it is reading some config file. Which makes me wonder if you install BDO, at no point when you run BDO, or sorry, when you run the app, it asks you for your BDO install directory. Although maybe it's using, I guess, all the config file. Actually, I'd be wondering if you, is there a way to move all of the config files in the My Documents folder? I wonder if you move those somewhere else, if it would completely break the app. It must be reading a file in there, because I'm pretty sure no matter where you install BDO, it still uses that directory. And that is where all the config files are stored, so it's got to be reading something in there. It actually makes me want to go on Global Lab right now and see if the loot tracker is still on there. But I don't want to waste time. I got a goal I want to hit today. It's a cool thing, though. Like I said, if PA just added theirs, then Garmoth could just have an image upload area. You could just add a screenshot of your loot for the session, upload it to Garmoth, and then it automatically plugs it into their global grind tracker, right? And then this app is now obsolete unless they add more features to it. I don't know what else you would potentially add to it. You could maybe do something like a GVG tracker, right? Where you have your combat window set in a specific location, and when there's a GVG going on, the app can read like the kills and the deaths and show everybody their KDR. That would be a cool implementation of something like this. Outside of those two things, I don't know what else they could do with this app that wouldn't be potentially too intrusive for PA to stop endorsing it. Or, I don't know if they necessarily endorse it, maybe that's the wrong word. Accept it, approve it. I know, there is something like that. There's been something like that for years. Like 5-6 years, because I remember there was a bot in somebody's Discord where you uploaded the... Now, after the GVG, you would have to go through and take screenshots of the whole kill log and make sure that you're not accidentally uploading, like, the part of the same, like, accidentally overlapping some of the screenshots. But you could upload it to Discord and it would actually do the exact same thing. There was a bot that would sort through it. But that's very manual, right? Like, something like this is more automated. Maybe somebody has created a more automated version. Why is Kadri so much tankier now? All places have a 5% AP cap, so you probably overgeared it before, and now the overgearing doesn't matter. Ikusa. Is that the name of... What is that the name of? Is that the Discord bot, or an app, or... The one I'm talking about reads the logs like the companion app. Oh, that's cool. I'll be honest. I want to write that down, and I want to set that up in my own Discord. Even in like a private channel, it'd be cool, because in GVGs, it's fun to know that information. I don't know, Shiva. You go to Garmoth.com, or if you go to the Monster Zone info, you don't even have to go to an extra website, right? Go to Monster Zone info, it's under Adventure, Monster Zone information. This shows the stats for every spot in the game. Just find one that you're not massively overgearing. You could always just do what Lecroshan does too, right? Just have the main, in all the spots you grind, just have the main storage empty. And then as you do your grind, just dump everything in that one storage that's now empty. And then use that to track. It's effectively the same thing, right? Because you're going to be mating all your stuff to your storage anyways. And then the only additional step you have to deal with is at the end of the day, you just move your trash or sell your trash to other storages, right? Sorted after at the end of the day. And that'll have 100% accuracy. Honestly, I'm half tempted to do that. Move all my trash for today, or all the trash in this, to some other storage. I'm sure I have another storage somewhere that's mostly unused. Although, I wonder how that would work. I wonder with the auto sorting, if I have the same trash in 2 different storages, I wonder which one it defaults to. Because auto move is really nice. To the largest, where the largest stack is? Yeah, so that would pose a problem for people like me. For people who just sell their trash every day, it's not a big deal, but... I mean, I could just stop stockpiling my trash. Just failed another 2 hammers? I'm saving my hammers for the Sovereign Offhand. I got 2 deck clicks loaded already with those hammers. Yo, you're right! Wait a fucking minute. That button's been there the whole time, and I've literally never paid attention to it. Yo, problem solved. Never mind. They already thought about that. Shit, maybe I start doing that then. Then you don't even need the grind tracker app. Wait a fucking minute. Yeah, the grind tracker app actually does nothing for me then. Aside from being inaccurate. And I guess that's not really for me. So the question is, which storage can I move my bulk stuff to? Do I send all my logs to Swiss transfer? No, I do not. Muzgar. What about it? Muzgar is the main storage here. This is the one that I would want it to go into, not the one I want to keep all my trash in. So I'd have to move this trash somewhere else. I guess I have this storage here. I could just move it to Velendir. The only thing that would really suck right now is moving all that trash. You know how long it would take to move all of this trash to Velendir? Because I'd basically have to grab a bunch, put it on my horse, grab a bunch, put some in my inventory, move both stacks to the new storage, and do that over and over again, like 10,000 trash at a time. And how much trash do I have in there? Oh my god, that would take so much fucking time. Yeah, it used to be ass parking. It requires the same amount of effort when you're doing it from the storage to the horse. Because you do storage to horse, storage to you to horse, then you to... like, you gotta do that back and forth. And there's actually a weight limit on it, too. Where, when you're sitting there right beside the storage anyways, then you could do it. Can you transport trash? Wait a minute, maybe that's... How the fuck do you transport? I don't even remember how to transport. I wonder how much trash will let you transport at a time. There are no items in transport. I don't fucking remember how to transport. Isn't it from this window? Transport, okay. Send to... Wait, can I not send to this storage? We got ass parking. We obviously don't have Musgar. What was the other city called again? How the fuck can I remember? Valandir. Was it at the bottom? I know it's at the bottom here, but was it in the bottom of that list? Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's certainly a lot easier than manually doing it, but I gotta pay a bunch of silver to do it. Well, let me move to 10,000 of each? No. What if I use a trade wagon? No, I can't. Oh my god, that would actually take so long. How much time does it take? Does it say? The auto move to current can be used with any storage? Yeah, but you can't do storage to storage doing that. You can only do inventory to storage. Let's go see. I don't think you guys realize how much trash I have and how long this is still going to take. I don't want to use that parking. I don't want to have to every time I move stuff.
Could you not just take a horse to where it is, pull it onto the horse, then restore it in the location you want?
Oh my god, you guys just don't fucking listen, do you? Holy. Watch, let me show you guys. Right? Here, let me move all this stuff first. So I have nothing in my inventory for the most part. Oh. I forgot to actually check this today. Oh, hell yeah. I was running low on those too. Okay. So, storage, right? So if I go to storage, right? I gotta move this stuff to my horse first and to me. And watch, like I can't move. Oh, never mind. I guess I can move a decent amount. We'll do that. I won't be able to move all those. I don't think so, at least. Yeah, no, too heavy. So let's do all the smaller piles first. Oh. It's because it's... Why don't you drag and drop? I mean, it's the same amount of effort as right-clicking. What's the difference? Unless you're saying I could do this. No, it's not letting me do that. See, now that'd be convenient if it let me do that. See, this is just as much fucking effort. I would argue it's more effort. Oh wait, mount. Probably gotta do this in 2 stacks. Oh, fuck. Can I do 500? Let's see if it'll let me do 500,000. No. Actually, I think Olin's trash is a little heavier, so I probably... Oh, no, 400 worked there. Will let me move all this to my inventory? No. Oh, too heavy for... Wait, did I click the right one there? Yeah, this is now taking longer, trying to figure out how much I can fit in my own inventory. 100? Fuck it, I'll just do the 400 at a time in the horse's inventory. Oh, I guess I could go that way, right? Okay. Fuck. Too many zeros. See, we're not even at the bulk of the trash either. Could I do this? No, too heavy. Oh, 1 second, my phone's ringing. Oh, I can't copy and paste 400,000. That's annoying. Oh, fuck. Wrong one. Wait. Oh, I still have some in there. Wonder why it wasn't working. Oh, that's what I did. Oh, yeah, it is. It is lighter. The Dark Seeker's trash is going to take a long time, though. It'd be cool if, like, when you hit FR or F space or whatever, if it just moved the max amount. Let's see if it'll let me do 1 million. Oh, hell yeah. I'm moving my trash because The grind app is annoying. So I'm going to... God damn it! Why do I keep doing that? I'm going to set it up so I can basically just do it myself. And have 100% accuracy. Oops. Okay, so let's see, can we do 500,000 of this? We can. $750? You think I could do 750? Let's try it. No. Try 600. Oh, that 600 works. Can I move this? Out of my way, camel. Oh, I already have it in my inventory. Oh, I know. I keep accidentally pressing that. Damn it, it keeps resetting that window too, that's annoying. Oh, fuck. Oh, I could have done 7. Okay, there we go. You frankly don't understand the hoarding? Because I don't need the silver. It's not a big deal. Whether it's in silver or whether it's in trash. There really is no reason for it. But when I need the silver, I can just vendor this, right? Okay, so that's now set. We don't need the grind app anymore. So the reason why I did that, you guys, and I'm just gonna basically use this storage as my storage for the day, because I don't care about how much I'm making per hour, and you can still do this per hour, right? But I could just dump everything I get for the day into Muzgar, and then at the end of the day, sort Muzgar everywhere else. And then I can still keep track of how much I make every day. Day greater than hour? Yeah. I think tracking the silver you make per day is a lot more realistic because it includes breaks and all that stuff, and then gives you a proper average of how much you're making per hour. You gotta remember, the amount of silver you make per hour doesn't mean you're gonna catch up to people if it's higher than them. It's the amount of silver you make per day. You could be grinding 20% faster than other people, but if you're grinding twice as long, you're gonna catch up and pass people quicker. That's why I'm far more interested in how much I make in a limited time period instead of how much I'm making. I guess I phrased that weird. I don't think you guys understand what I mean. Like we 5? More hours equals faster progression than more speed. That's the TLDR. Find a class that you enjoy, that you can chill on, that you want to play for multiple hours, instead of grinding on a class that you don't enjoy, just so you can grind for 2 hours and then get burnt out. What if I grind on a bad class that I also don't enjoy? You're a fucking masochist. Holy. Then you're a Kuno. So Guardian grinding for life. Guardian is so comfy. Especially if you're at a tower spot. Holy. Talk about comfort. There we go. Now I just got to get in the habit, when I do this, to stop clicking auto move all. I got to auto move to current. And I know I'm going to fuck that up sometimes. It's going to take some time to stop fucking doing that. Comfort more with controller on Guardian? Yo, that's even better. Pull the recliner up to the PC. I remember that was sick too sick. Yo, you remember Divios? We'd be grinding like Kortuga, and then all of a sudden some PvP will pop off, and all of a sudden Sick's like, yo, just hold on a second. Man gets off his recliner, puts down the controller, gets to the PC with the keyboard and mouse. He's like, okay, let's do this. Yo, that was funny. He was lean the fuck back. He was super chill mode, yeah. You'd even hear him put down the bucket of fucking cheese balls. You know, he's probably sitting there on the recliner with that shit between his legs. Am I grinding DSR because of hungers? Yeah, and XP. I'll be honest, if you take a look at the hunger market right now, they very clearly, if you grind Darkseekers, it's very noticeable that they nerfed the amount of devours that you get here. And if you take a look at the market, the supply, even though the amount of hungers have been selling at the same rate, the amount of hungers, the supply in the market has been steadily dropping by like a few hundred a day. If it continues at this rate, it's only a matter of time before they're actually sold out and start actually going up in price. We legit might be like, it might happen with the new region. At least here on NA, I don't know about EU, how much stock you have built up in your market. I'm pretty sure Tungrad is better money on the right class. It probably is. That's true. We also have a drop rate event right now too. So yeah, without the drop rate event, the supply, the amount, the replenishment of the supply will go down, right? Maybe they'll buy paints. That's true, actually. Badonkadonky, you're absolutely right. There's a massive supply of feints right now too, so even if the Devours start selling out, they still have to get through that supply as well. Badonkadonky. Yeah. He's in kick chat. Although it's D-O-N-K-I-E. It's a pretty banging name. You'd have to be a real ass to have that name. What's my stack per deck? I only have like, oh, you're talking to Divios. Fine, I didn't want to talk to you anyways. What's my stack? Thanks, you SB. I have like a 340 stack. Thank you for asking. Check Discord? Uh-oh. I see a bunch of character portraits here. What am I looking at? Oh, the stacks. Damn, 300 stacks for days. How long did it take me to get all that trash? Way too fucking long. Probably been about a year now. I think it'll be a year. I don't remember. Probably about a year. Might be a little bit less, a little bit more. What do you think the fail stacks for Edania armor is going to look like? You're not going to use anything under a 300. You might be able to use under a 300 for Pry, because the hard cap might be lower than that. But at the very least, trying up, you'll be using at the bare minimum of 300. The hard cap for stacks is a 90% chance, though. You'll use whatever stack you can get to a 90% chance. For Pry. Which that'll probably be below 300 for Pry. For Duo, it'll probably be close or maybe a bit above 300. And then obviously everything after that, you're going to use a 300 or higher, whatever you have available. People are going to burn through stacks like fucking crazy. Not the first month, but once we start getting to the second month and people start one-shotting Pries and Duos and they're going to be needing to replenish a 300 stack every time. Yeah, that shit makes me want to dump 2 trillion into Hungers right now. The only reason why I don't is you don't know if they're going to make Hungers drop in Edania. They might. What I hope they do is they don't make Hungers drop in Edania, and they add a new fail stack that allows you to go 300 plus that drop only from Edania. So you can build a 1000 stack if you want to. If you feel like dumping, you know, half a trillion into it or whatever. A 1,000 stack obliterating? What percentage would you even have at a 1,000 stack? I think you would have like maybe a 0.5% chance. What would the chance be? Or maybe a 1% chance? I can't remember what, well, I mean, I guess I could check. Why am I fucking guessing? Let's see, if a 300 is... Oh yeah, you'd probably have like a 0.3% chance at a 1,000 stack. 0.25? Even less. Only 400 clicks on average. You'd pity before that? No. Pity is 1,000 clicks. So no, you would actually be more likely to get it before you pitied it. I think it's very likely that they reduce the pities on Pen Fallen God. Yeah, no, 300, that's for Sov. You got your Pen Narc Stivios? So you can do Enslar week 1? Yeah, same here. The nice thing too, I don't know when you bought yours, but Pen Narcs will melt into 200 Essences of Dawn, which is 20 bill anyways. So if you actually bought them when they're low, then there's no risk at all. No, you need 2 of them. Unless you have a Pen Fallen God. But even if you want to do it day 1, you can't convert the Pen Fallen God. Well, actually, you would have a little bit more stats on it. No, it's 450. They're releasing Castle 1, 2, and 4. Castle 3 is 445. Yeah, Castle 4 is 460, 450. Or no, sorry, 360, 370, 450. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, they're skipping 3. 3 and 5 are coming later. You need Narc, you need 2 Narcs, unless you have a Pen Fallen God. If you want to meet the APDP requirement to do Enslar. Here, let me double check. Trip? Stop trying to be part of the conversation. Let's see. I have the Heidel thing open right now. Let's see. No, Karshan's number 3. Yeah, Karshan's 3, Enslar's number 4. Yo, Trap, what's wrong? You sound pissed. The Chinese or the Taiwanese BDO client, you probably got to just go to their website, right? If you go to the very bottom of the official webpage, doesn't matter what region you're on, there's a spot there to select a region. So click on that, and then a prompt will pop up if you're trying to access from a different region. A prompt will pop up asking you if you want to go back to your region. Just make sure you click no there. Then download the client from there. No, you need 2 Pen Narcs. If you want to do Enslar, the first week, you need 2 Pen Narcs to hit the requirement. Yeah, if it was just Karshan, then yeah, you would only need one pen narc. Trep is so mad right now. He so much wants to be in the know. And the fact we're keeping him out of the know is frustrating him to no end. That man suffers from the most severe case of FOMO of anybody ever in this game. I bet you he's looking at the pen narcs right now, waiting to try to buy one, or thinking about putting up an order if there's none available, even though he has no idea what we're talking about. Thinking I have cheddar for pen narc, your first mistake? Wait, didn't you show me a screenshot or whatnot of you having like 200 or 300 build ready? Because you made a pen debo and sold it? What happened to that money, Trev? Trev, what happened to that money? Yeah, exactly, right, Divios? It's a really safe investment, and I'm assuming if they're adding upgrades to all of the Dawn crystals, whatever the upgrade for the Dawn AP crystal will probably require those essences anyways, right? So you could just melt down the earrings and then use those to upgrade your AP crystals. No, see? I'm cooking a way to defeat it, Howie. I want those upgraded AP crystals to take down these DR losers. That's what I'm thinking about. Don't confuse me with them. Yeah, you're in Trep mode right now. You are 100% misinformed. I'm not Tell him, Howie. Tell him. Oh. Yeah, but at least Evasion had a counter. These DR losers are a whole other tier of loser. I had to spend hundreds and hundreds of billions to build my Evasion shit. And then you could counter it with a proper accuracy build. These DR losers are paying 6 bill worth of crystals and are uncounterable. We are not the same. Oh, XP buffs again. Shit. Bing, 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 bing. It was an effort by PA to see if I would roll to DR. Nope. This is exactly... isn't it so funny too, Divios? When we were having these discussions for years and people are like, this is bullshit, how come Evasion is so much tankier than DR? It's like, well, because everybody builds AP and AP everybody builds AP for grinding, and AP counters DR. That's why you can't get as tanky as evasion can, because everybody you run into is running your counter. And if they ever make it so DR can, then DR no longer has a counter. And everybody was like, oh, you're just saying it because you're evasion. This is evasion propaganda. And look, fucking proved our point. PA proved our fucking point. That's right. We were right, you losers were wrong. I don't know which you losers were on what side of the fence, but you know who you are. That's what I was saying too. I was actually having a whole chat about this. I think it was in, I can't remember whose chat it was. I think it was in Aurelio's chat. And I was saying, in like the vast majority of situations, an accuracy was offhand was enough, unless it was like a gauntlet. And in which case, they would have enough DR that the accuracy offhand would hurt your AP enough that it would still be a struggle. But that was a class issue, that wasn't an evasion issue. Why is evasion still even talked about? Yeah. Well, the nice thing that's coming, right? Even though technically evasion builds are going to be getting weaker in regards to their survivability, when you compare the proportions of accuracy people have gained and are gaining versus the evasion they're actually losing, and then compare that also to the amount of AP people are gaining and the DR people are gaining, you're actually at a net loss of tanking of survivability as an evasion build. But there's a huge but. Evasion builds are gaining a fuckload more offense. So like as it currently stands, like if you're a hybrid evasion build, you basically just ignore other evasion people because you can't afford to put accuracy crystals in your build and still have the AP to get through their DR, right? So, and if you do build accuracy, now you don't have enough AP to get through the DR people. So you're kind of stuck one way or the other. You're only built to kill either evasion people or DR people, not both. Unless you go full glass, right? But with these changes, because the Sovereign offhand's giving these evasion builds so much more AP back and we're getting a bunch more accuracy even as an evasion build, you're going to actually be able to kill everybody. So even though you're technically getting a little squishier, evasion builds will actually be able to build to kill other evasion builds and still kill DR builds too. Which is a huge W in general. Because it feels so annoying to only be able to kill some of the people on the battlefield because they're the, you know, they're the rock to your paper or the, you know, or you're the fucking, yeah, you know what I mean. So it'll be nice as evasion builds to actually still be able to put offensive pressure on everybody. Well said. Shut up, Kiki. That's the thing, though, is they're getting hit a lot more. The evasion deficit is absolutely massive. And we're not even counting an evasion offhand. We're counting just Kudum. If you currently use a Kudum or a Blackstar as an evasion build, when you consider the accuracy that everybody else is gaining versus the evasion you're losing...
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
You're at a deficit of about 120 evasion. There's a 120 evasion swing, but you're gaining 30 DR. Anybody who's ever built evasion knows that that's a net loss in tankiness. 120 evasion is definitely tankier than 30 DR. But you're going to have a lot more offensive power. So even though your tankiness is going down, your damage is going up dramatically. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can still count that, right? Just because that got shipped a couple weeks earlier doesn't change the overall. Yeah, these 2 weeks are crazy. I can't believe they shipped that early. Yeah. This also might make evasion more accessible to other classes too. Even though it's not going to be as impactful overall. It feels like evasion's going to be just kind of like this. You'll probably always still like put priority. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Really, without knowing what the crystals or the lightstone upgrades are going to be, it's kind of hard to say. Because even though we know both those things are coming, we don't know anything about those upgrades. Whatever they do with those can completely change this whole conversation. Because those things are pretty impactful. Hopefully they don't completely kill Sage and Ash. Why would they? They're definitely, like... We're almost at 1/4 of what we want to get today. Duck Warrior got 3 unusable skills this week. I wonder though, those skills, they have been forever unused for so long. But if they do those properly, it could be cool. It'll be interesting to see. It's kind of like the Dosa block skill, right? Where it's a very short block, and if you time it, then you block the ability and you get a heal. I think that's a really cool mechanic that is difficult to use properly and requires good game knowledge of the people you're fighting. And in the case of like the Suck Warrior thing, I guess it's kind of the same deal, right? So it could be interesting, but obviously, you know, your average player won't be able to use it effectively. You gotta remember too, like a class like Duck Warrior, for example, Warrior in general, right? They got an SA block, so it's not like other classes where, you know, you gotta make sure they're staying in front of you. Like if you're on Warrior and they get behind you because you're holding your block up, then you're still not getting CC'd, right? Sure, maybe it might not trigger the effect, but you're still safe. Maybe it's time to retake the Warrior. Ooh, tied. I bet Suck Warrior slaps right now, PvE wise. Trep is still scrambling to figure it out. Nobody tell him. Yeah, that's Avalanche Strike, right? That's actually kind of huge. Didn't they close a gap on another ability too? Yo, Divios, we were talking about this earlier. I wonder what they're going to do, right? Because there's going to be a ton of people who are able to be eligible for the fourth castle, right? What happens if you apply for the fourth castle, but you don't get selected? Is it going to automatically move you down to the third castle and then the second castle? Or if you fail to get picked on the fourth castle, are you just not able to compete that week? I hope it at least bumps you down, right? Like if you're eligible for 4 and you don't get selected, then it moves you down to 3, 2, 1, etc., right? Until you get in. Yeah, but they still might move you down, right? They won't let you move up. Because I was also saying, like, there's definitely enough people on NA that even if they do add Capras, the 5th castle, relatively soon, there's enough people on NA that having 1 pen Fallen God is not going to make you a guaranteed eligible for the 5th castle. Only if you have 2 pen Fallen Gods are you guaranteed a spot. Because there's definitely enough people with 1 pen Fallen God that if you get unlucky with your early Idana enhancements, you're going to get locked out. There's going to be people with Pen Fallen God that still are not selected in the 7 that are chosen. And then you got to hope you're just part of the 3 random ones. No, it's 10 people per castle. It's not 20 people per castle. Basically what happens is you kill the boss, and then it takes the 7 highest gear score people they get their spots locked in. I imagine if it's a tie, then it's random, right? Then 3 are randomly selected from the pool. And then those 10 do a free-for-all. And the winner of the first week of that free-for-all gets to be the first Idana. After that, everything works as normal, but the winner of the free-for-all has to fight the Idana to take the castle. What do you get for being the Lord? You can attack anybody in your area with no penalties on any channel, and you can force them into Marnie's realm. And in order for them to go into Marnie's realm, they have to pay a fee, and you get that tax. We don't know how much that's going to be. We don't know if it's going to be an expensive fee. We don't know if it's going to be a cheap fee. We don't know if you're going to get the whole fee. We don't know if it's going to be a proportion of that fee. The one player could infinite hold the castle? Yep. Like if Divios becomes the Idana, then somebody has to win the free-for-all and then beat Divios. And that's a tall fucking order. Divios might be Idana forever once he gets in. Like, people might legit coordinate against Divios, right? If, like, let's say a bunch of Digi get selected and they see Divios in the list, they might say, okay, let's focus on killing Divios first, and then we will fight each other. Because we can't let Divios get in here. People might coordinate against them because they know, like, once it comes down to a 1v1, that's a tall fucking order. Yeah. It is a gear region. This is content that's designed to make the baby back bitches who don't want to get gear have to get gear. We've had enough data now showing that capping all the content in the game just has negative effects on the game as a whole. And it's all about that balance. Having all uncapped content is bad, and having all capped content is bad. You need to have both. So you can hunt the Lord? No. Actually, I don't know. I mean, you would think that you should be able to defend yourself. If the Edania comes and kills you, or comes and attacks you and you kill him, it would be kind of stupid if you lost karma. That'd be really fucking lame. Yeah, lots of people have, yeah. Yeah, you should be able to defend yourself. Saw Armin grinding, it's effective? Yeah. Need to incentivize. There needs to be some incentive to grinding. When everything is capped, nobody feels like there's any reason to grind. People get bored. We had literally years where the only content that was ever being done and added was all capped. And you can take a look at the charts. Things weren't exactly going great for that time. Not just because of that too. There's obviously other reasons, but you know, you need a good spread. The pendulum swung too far in one direction. It started too far in one direction, swung too far in the other direction, and now it's swinging back. Let's just hope that it finds a nice little middle ground that, you know, is better for the game overall. No, we don't know the day or the time yet, Trep. I get it, Kiki. I talk too fast for your little feeble ears to hear it. I need to talk real slow for you, because this is the speed that your brain runs at. But I'm not going to do that just for you, Kiki. Hopefully it's not weekends. Well, I doubt they will have it during Node War or Siege time. Probably won't have it during War of the Roses. Maybe they'll have it like Sunday after War of the Roses. I could see that. I know, I love DSR, Titch. I love it. I think I like Tungrad slightly better, but DSR is fun. I like it. Come to Ash 2? Nah. It's nice that Ash 2 is good money, but I mean, it's an okay spot. Trep, I don't know why you're even worried about the Edania. You've literally avoided every single content. Every single piece of PvP content where your skill can actually be gauged against others. You dodge it all. As much as you fucking possibly can. So don't even pretend like you were ever going to try to compete to be the Edania. How much you guys want to bet he's typing up a storm right now? Now he's backspacing it. Can't prove me right. Fuck, now he's real confused. Now he's trying to retype it. Now he's just so pissed that I'm predicting what he's doing. He's just not going to type at all. I just need to hunt the Lord. Okay. It'll be interesting how profitable it'll be to be the Lord. Because you're just going to swap from channel to channel, just hunting people, trying to force them into Marnie. If it's profitable enough, right? Trep's not taking the bait, and it's pissing me off. Fuck you, Trep. You gotta use Veil for gear score? I know, that's what I was saying, Divios, right? If it's gonna be a gear, like the first 7 slots are gear-based, unless they give us the an upgrade for Splendid Stones, we have to use a Veil. It'll be funny, too, if the gear that you use to fight the boss is the gear that you have to use when you're fighting, too. When you're fighting in free-for-all and against the Edania. Hey, Sucksage is kind of up huge with the grab nerf. And now the upcoming finishing touch change. It's a lot more difficult to grab a Sage now than it used to be. I wouldn't necessarily call it a 1v1 god or anything, but these have all been like indirect buffs to Sage. Yeah, it'll be tough once you get to the 1v1. But that's the thing though, right? The FFA, you could just have some random person win. Some random person that isn't even really that good, but they just happen to, I don't know, get the most kills, or I don't know if it's gonna be last man standing or point based or what. If I'm the Edania, do I have to fight on the character who won, or can I fight on a tag? We don't know that specifically yet. Is that those all, so he knows that answer? Wait a minute. Are you calling me a know-it-all? I feel like that was an insult. Trep's not in family. Trep's with the kittens. He's actually blowing families back out. You made it when you went to PA, so you have all the answers? Oh, true. Big true. I think he said paper earlier. Shut up, Kiki. That's why there is some serious sexual tension between Howie and Trep, because they're at war with each other. There's a holy war going on. Do you have to do the Edania pre-quest? Probably. It doesn't take long. It takes like a total of, what, 15 minutes if you spam R through it? Wait, what does it mean, no items to move? Oh, I gotta move that stuff in there initially the first time, right? Shit, how much of that did I have? Yeah, now it should work properly. I think I had like 300 dust. That's the thing, Trep. The guild's called Coco's Kittens, which means everybody except for Coco is a kitten. That means you're a kitten, Trep. So what do we think family's gonna roll to when Sage gets gutted? Sage is getting nerfed tomorrow. What are they gonna roll to? I don't know.
Shut up, bitch!
Do you guys still have a ton of Sages? A catchphrase used by a VTuber, a kitten character in an anime. Let's see what the guild icon is. It's a cat, so I'm gonna go with the last one. Oh wait, I guess that's the logo. Where's the, wait, is that? Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Even worse. But it's ran by a corgi? True. Winning the Holy War against the GM Guild? What's the GM Guild? Is it Polyforce? Polly's Force? Is that a GM Guild? I was wondering what that guild was. I saw that guild deck being up forever. Oh, I don't need this shit up on my screen anymore. I'm gonna uninstall that video companion app. I'm gonna just start doing it this way. Does it even show? Yeah, look at that. It already shows the 3. Yo, this already does the market value and everything too. Wait a minute. Yo, what even is the point of the video companion app? The only thing it doesn't have is a timer, and I can easily put a timer on my other monitor. And this has 100% accuracy. Lekrashan was onto something. But that requires maids? I mean, grinding in general requires maids, whether you're using it or not. I have some leftover Italian sausage. I think I'm going to cut that in half lengthwise, sear it in the pan, and then cut it up into pieces, and mix it with some scrambled eggs with some peppers. Ooh, I have some avocado too. Oh, hell yeah, I know what's for lunch. I'm going to make like a little breakfast medley type deal. So like peppers, some onions, sausage, eggs, cheese. You love the Italian sausage? I do. It's fucking delicious. Weird. My wife is saying the tire is still saying the pressure and everything is fine. I just find that really odd. If someone came and let air out of our tire on our vehicle, you would think that the cap on the valve stem, you think they would have just kept the cap or thrown the cap to the side? I wouldn't expect them to put the cap back on it. But apparently the tire, its pressure is fine now. But it lost like 10 PSI overnight. You got IRL enemies? Maybe. It just, our tires have tire pressure sensors, right? And when my wife turned on the vehicle this morning, the far left tire, which is the furthest from the house, was down 10 PSI. Alright, fine, it was biceps and me. You bastard! Let me guess, Biceptimus held the valve stem while you sucked the air out. How do you keep getting more? By playing the game. And I have 300 of them. There's a ton of ways to get loot scrolls. Someone really needs to do a video on it if somebody hasn't already, or do a guide on it. Someone just loosen the cap so it slowly over time? No, the cap doesn't work that way. There's a little, I don't know what to call it. But there's a little thing, even when you take the cap off, the air doesn't come out. There's a thing you have to push. I don't know what the technical name of that little thing is. I'm sure someone in chat knows. The valve? I mean, I guess that makes sense, yeah. You have to push the valve and hold the valve down. I guess that makes sense, considering it's called the valve stem, right? If you've ever like filled air on a bike tire or removed air from a bike tire too, it's the same thing. He sucked, I sucked, trees, valve, each other. I can't even remember. It's all blurry now. Holy, sounds like a party. Now you're both sitting around covered in sap. Can you overdose tire air? Can you overfill a tire? Yeah, of course. You should always only just fill the tire to its rated PSI. You know, you could obviously go a bit over and under, but like, it's funny too, right? Because my car has tire pressure sensors, and this must be faked, but this picture that I saw. But yeah, the tires are supposed to be about 35 PSI. If it goes just a couple under, it won't trigger the alarm, but if it gets like, I think like 4 or 5 under, then it starts, it'll put a warning up on the vehicle to fill the tire on your airs, or the air on your tires. And anyways, it'll say the actual PSI, and I remember seeing a picture one time of somebody saying, how come I can't get my tires to 100%? And it showed those, and it was like 97, 98. So they didn't realize that they filled it to that high PSI. But I feel like that must be fake. Can you get a tire that high without it blowing? You hit one bump and all of a sudden your vehicle's in the air. Your truck tires are rated for 110? Yeah, I guess it makes sense for trucks, because you have to have that high PSI to combat the weight of your load, right? I think I remember seeing a video that one time where there's a vehicle parked next to a truck and then the tire blows and it just fucking totals part of the car. It like ripped one of those side panels right off the car, the pressure being released. Yeah. Yeah, because the weight of the load is going to be pushing down on the tires, so you need to have that PSI to balance it out, right? You got the load pushing down on the tires, so you have a higher PSI to push up on the load. Try to have an equilibrium. One thing that was super annoying too with our vehicle dealership is when we bought our vehicle, it was like the dead of winter and it was like fucking minus 40 degrees outside, so they would fill the tires to the required PSI. Or sorry, they would fill the tires indoors, but then as soon as you went outside and the tires were experiencing the cold, the pressure would drop because of the cold air lower than the accepted range. So then all the tire pressure sensors would go off. They didn't realize that inside they actually had to fill it a little bit higher. $10 ply rated tires, goddamn. That's 7 more plies than my toilet paper. If you fill your tires with nitrogen instead of air, you won't get that fluctuation. That's weird, because I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be filling it with nitrogen as well. I didn't realize that about nitrogen, but I guess that makes sense. I have a little air pump that has a pressure sensor on it, and you just set it to the required pressure, put it on, let it rip, and it'll automatically stop when it gets to the value. And it's kind of nice, although I don't do it enough. It's kind of a hassle to do, but apparently, like, if you have a higher PSI, it's better. You'll get better mileage on highways, and like in the wintertime or on, you know, like gravel roads and stuff like that, if you go with a little bit lower PSI, you'll get better traction. A tire pop? Oh my goodness. Use safety rack when servicing tires. Oh, he's standing on it too. Oh my god. Is he gonna get his knee slammed into his face? Holy fuck. That man is feeling that, that's for sure. Holy fuck. His knee was like, his head was right over his knee and his leg was on the tire too. God damn, I can't even imagine how his knee, his hip, fuck, whatever hit the ground after he flipped in the air. They used to decapitate people. Oh, goddamn. That's got to be a pretty quick way to go, though. You blink and you miss it. Got some good news yesterday, too, with my wife's sister's breast cancer. Even though it is a more aggressive one, it hasn't spread or anything yet, and the prognosis is 99%. 99% for 5 years, which is, you know, really fucking high. So, they just got, they're gonna start the chemo, do the mastectomy, and she can go on with her life. As long as nothing changes rapidly in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, my wife's sister has two sons. One is around 12, and then the other one's probably around 15. I don't remember their exact age and when their birthdays are. So yeah, definitely Definitely been a very stressful situation for them, no doubt. But it appears like it's gonna have a happy ending, or not a bad ending. Quick question. Yo, what's up? D-Trap, this is the type of respect you need to have. You could take a lesson or two from Scum. Oh, my food buff wore off. I'll pop another one. I did swap crystals, right? Yeah, I did. We're almost a third of the way to our goal for the day. I really want to get to 99.5 today. And tomorrow I'd really like to get to 99.8 or higher. And then Friday we hit 67. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know, Global Lab has been pushed up a day. Global Lab is going to be tonight. Or tomorrow, I guess, depending on what time zone you're in. But, yeah, I hope we see... We'll probably see those PvE changes. And I hope we see the changes they're planning on making to the brick meta. Thoughts on new update on Awakened Sage? Awesome. I think they did a very good job with it. Could potentially need a little bit more, but it's not going to... instead of just adding a ton of stamina management back to Sage, they kind of attacked it from two angles. They're increasing the stamina on a couple of abilities, our most used abilities, but at the same time, with them putting a forward guard on Lightning Prison, it's also going to require other people to know that and try to put pressure on her stamina as well. So, and it's going to require you to properly position yourself to utilize the forward guard, right? It's more of adjustments than a nerf. Yeah, they did a very good job with it. It's, you know, I'm very happy. I have PTSD of the reboots, where they nerfed us really hard and then they buffed everyone else at the same time and we ended up just completely turbo fucked for years. I was really stressed that they were going to kind of do that again. Didn't want to have to go through that all over again. So, yeah, if it's too far, and the range is pretty close, Scum, but if they're a little bit too far from each other, sometimes it does that. We going underwater and we get 99.999? I think so, yeah. I think it would be kind of fun to hit 67 underwater. I don't know how long it's going to take to get that last 1/1000th of a percentage, but for shits and giggles, that's definitely the plan. Ooh, a tide. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, this will work out perfect, too. In 10 minutes, I'm going to go make some lunch. Did I test it on Global Lab? There's nothing to test. It's a forward guard on Lightning Prison. Don't need to test that to know what that's going to be like. The new finishing touch is going to be fun. I wish it didn't share the same key press as Spear Bolt. That would be nice, but it's a hell of a lot less clunky than trying to do a spatial and then load it and then not do a rip chain and accidentally lose your pocket. That's definitely one of the more interesting changes. They're literally on top of each other. Well, I don't know then. Sometimes it happens. Usually it's a range thing. I guess in that case, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was elevation. I don't know. I wouldn't stress out about it. How many times has that happened to you in how many hours of grinding here? Definitely not something worth being pressed about. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't happen very often. There we go. Officially 1/3 of our goal for the day. Oh, it's still going to be very good. Once again, it's just going to require better positioning, better stamina management. If you're not good at doing either of those two things, then yeah, you'll struggle. But, I mean, bad players should struggle, right? That's the problem with Sage right now, is bad players don't struggle. Why do you like Sage? Like, what makes you stick with it? He likes bottom? Shut up. Shut up. I like Sage because I just like it. I mean, I like the whole, like, it's like a caster, but it's not like a staff. It's a javelin. It's like a melee weapon as well. It's, the lightning is super cool. The lore behind him is super cool. I like that the two specs are like polar opposites of each other too. How much percent you even get an hour? About 0.06, sorry. Because I like DSR. That no one else has? Yeah, that's funny. Clearly you don't play this game if you think nobody else has it. At this point in the game, it's probably easier to list the classes that don't. And give it time, they'll get it too. Fun fact, Awakened Sage probably has more forward guards than most Awakened classes. It's tough to punish forward guards when the person's constantly repositioning and attacking you from mid-range and with really fast abilities. If you actually changed all those forward guards to super armors, you'd actually make Sage weaker, believe it or not. Whereas strikers high damage movement skill, that's the thing about strikers, is when they're on their feet, they just don't take damage. So even though a class might have high movement damage, they don't have high movement damage against strikers. You guys just hold W and you're fucking tank gods. The only time you guys actually take damage is when you're CC. Unless it's in capped content. Everybody takes fucking ridiculous damage in capped. Unless it's a Suck DK. Yeah, Suck DK, their damage is kind of scary. Yo, is that my guilty Bingy? Yo, every day I look forward to seeing him. Yeah, I think Suck DK was one of the classes that had some of the lowest modifiers against strikers. So when they did these class v class modifier unification, I'm pretty sure, like, DKs, magic classes in general, gained a pretty good amount of damage against you guys. Okay, it's time for me to go make lunch, chat. Okay, let's see if this works now. Boom, it does, perfect. You know what I'm going to do first, though? Let's see. I gotta go back to my VOD from when I was moving my trash. Oh, here we go. So I had 474 in there. We'll just round it to 500. The only reason why I'm not that way to you guys, Kinjara, is because Bingy's heart gets absolutely broken, devastated, and completely demoralized if he doesn't get the attention that he so desires. The rest of you are actually just normal human beings. You don't need that much of that much attention to feel involved. I just don't speak up. Okay, good to know. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. True, Bingy. You know what? That is one thing that is 100% true. I can tell that you absolutely love BDO. Ain't nobody taking that from you, aside from PA. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll let you guys enjoy the view while I'm gone. Uh... Uh... What's up, chat? Any of my fisherman friends sell relic shards? The hell? Oh, wait. Who just bought my relic shards? Damn it. Now that they're selling, I don't know if I want to sell them. Why are you running relics? Clearly there's something I don't know. Now I have FOMO. Mashes. Is Awakened Sage good in tongue grad? Pretty sure it is. Wait, what gives 3k masses per hour? Running relics? Now I'm really confused. Should I be enhancing? I have a lot of masses. How many do I have? I have almost 10,000. Yeah. The black stars are crashing, but so are the memfrags, so it's probably staying about the same, right, in terms of profitability. I'm guessing memfrags are probably crashing because people are running out of masses, according to Divios. So in the process of getting masses, they're getting more than enough memfrags, so they sell the excess. Oh, okay. The blacksmith boxes? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. There's a ton of people doing those. That makes sense. See, that's fucked up. When pay to win makes it so playing the game makes less money, you could start making a complaint that they're going too far. How do you make 600 bill in a week? Wouldn't you have to make like 1,200 TED Black Stars to do that? Isn't it only like, 120 TED Black Stars? I thought it was like an average profit of like 5 bill per Black Star or something. Oh, you made 35 pens? Jesus. Yeah, these are roughly staying the same. These a bit more expensive, like 10 extra bill. So you're probably making offhands. Memory fragments are 3 mil a pop. Okay, let's get back to the grind. Man, that was a delicious lunch. Oh, thank you. I don't know. The margins seem kind of small. What's max price for memes? 5? Subtract the tax from 5. Subtract the cost put into it. That's a pretty small profit. You'd have to have a massive investment to make an okay amount of silver. And without those things being at min price, there's always the risk that they do more boxes and more ways to get mem frags. Not that I think that they'll do, well, they'll definitely do more boxes, but there's actually something way, way, way better to invest in right now. And it's not even close, and the risk is non-existent. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I'm back. I had to remote into my dad's PC. He doesn't know how to do much, and it's nice being able to remote into his PC because I can access his camera, and then if there's something like he wants to show me, he could actually just hold it up to the camera. The only problem is the camera. I need to get an app on his PC that has a camera in it because the Windows camera app, it doesn't look like you can actually mirror the video at all. So everything is backwards. But I was able to kind of read it backwards, what he was trying to show me. Time to install OBS on his PC. And make him go live, yeah. It's nice that I can just remote in and do it for him instead of being on the phone being like, okay, Dad, press the function, whatever on your keyboard to turn on your camera and open this app and make sure you go to these settings, and I could just do it all manually myself. The Google Play card, yeah.
Okay, now Dad, time for you to redeem the Google Play gift card.
I think we're going to struggle to hit our goal today with all of the distractions that we've had. I think it's going to be tough to get to 0.5. But we'll get as far as we can get. I'm gonna uninstall this video companion app. I'd much rather just use this storage. Don't need another app running on my PC, even if it's lightweight. Especially, you know, with how inaccurate it is now. I mean, I guess it's just trash, but everything else is pretty accurate. Yeah, I have 4 telescopes. Level 100 is the goal, buddy? Yeah. Remember that fake title? What do you mean? Oh, because the last 1%? Well, the last 1% till 67. know what's nice about not using the app and using this method instead? Is I don't have to worry about opening an interface while I'm looting stuff. I don't have to worry about positioning something on my screen. I don't have to worry about... Yeah. Hey, careful there, buddy. I'm talking about the video companion app, not the IQON app. Or are you the one doing the... Are you the one that he's paying to do the coding for, Joey? I know it's somebody from IQON. That was all Chan? Gotcha. No, all in all, it seems decent, but... Yeah. Because it's just screen grabbing, you're never going to have 100% accuracy. You're never going to have, like, full compatibility across all ranges of setups, right?
Have you ever had a dream
So...
that
I think just setting up a storage and just dedicating that to what you're grinding for that day or for that hour is always going to have the most accuracy. Yeah, that's 100% accuracy right there.
Baby time.
Yeah. Yeah, PA, they really don't want to do that. They don't want people to have access to that information. They probably don't like the fact that we have access to, like, the central market, right? But there's kind of no control over that. If they want to have the marketplace app, then there has to be something there, right? I just think that they just need to ship that feature, because they legit, not the API, but they legit had a feature on Global Lab where it tracked how much you looted. I don't understand why that never made it to live. My guess is whoever was working on it as a side project either forgot about it or got canned, or maybe, you know, went and got a new job and just everybody else didn't realize it was being worked on or forgot about it. Because it was practically the same thing as the companion app. Built right into the game. And the nice thing about that is, you know, just add a little timer on it when you click start tracking, and now you could just upload a picture of that to Garmoth, and Garmoth could just take the screenshot of that, and it makes the integration with Garmoth a lot easier, you know. Because you can already use just screenshots in the game to screenshot, like, horse stats and stuff like that. We get dad tomorrow? Wait, we're getting the dad horse tomorrow? Pushing for 67 today? No. No. I would have to grind for like 20 hours or 16 more hours or something to get that. Damn, that's sick. I really, really, really hope that they give us a way to upgrade the Doom portion of the horse into Voltarian. Yeah, we get the stage adjustments. There's also Global Lab tomorrow too, so we'll see what's coming the next week with Edania. We won't see the Edania stuff, but we'll see like changes that they're going to make in parallel with Edania. Well, XP wise, my goal is trying to hit 99.5 today. And then tomorrow, I'll get as high as I can. I won't be able to get 67 tomorrow, but the day after for sure. Yeah. The problem is Voltarion isn't a mythical horse, right? And currently Krogdalo Stable only allows you to stable mythical horses. Technically, Voltarion's only a dream horse. No, why would it affect his rotation? Yeah, a Seiko? That's nonsense. It sounds nice, but the thing is you never get the buffs perfect. There's too many different ways classes grind, right? It's not just about damage. It's about the way you're able to pull mobs, your AoE size, your cooldowns, the speed of your abilities. It's not just damage. So you're never going to get it perfect. And, the only ability they change the cooldown of is Divine Executioner, and you don't use that to grind with. So it's impossible to get it perfect. It's actually impossible. There's too many different grind spots. And, like, if you go down this path of only buffing, well, you are going to overshoot with some classes, and now you gotta start over again, right? Once you get through them all, it's like, oh, okay, well, these classes are now the new ones that grind faster. So time to buff everyone else, and then you get through them all again. You're like, oh, now we got a whole new set of classes that are grinding faster. Time to buff everybody. And then you just introduce this stupid power creep. I think it's a lot more reasonable that when you accept the fact that PvE balance is never going to be balanced perfectly, and as long as it's within a reasonable margin of error, that's perfectly fine. And when you have outliers at the bottom, they can be buffed, and outliers at the top need to be nerfed. And they've done a good job with that. I mean, grinding is probably, like, between classes, it's probably closer than it's ever been in the history of BDO. Yeah, I just choose not to live in Fairyland. Yeah, it would be nice if there was world peace. It would be nice if there was no hunger in the world. But this is reality that I live in, not Dreamland. Yeah, that's definitely part of it, Baptism. By adding, like, Dekia spots, for example, they've helped isolate some of those variables, right? When you have pack-to-pack rotations like the old days, pack-to-pack movement, pulling, all of that stuff is a lot more of a factor. But now that you have, like, just a lot of tower grinds where you sit in one spot, pack-to-pack movement isn't a variable anymore. Even damage in those spots isn't a variable anymore. Once you reach a certain threshold, there's a lot of spots that once you kill beyond a certain speed, you're waiting for the next wave to respawn. There's a minimum amount of time that has to elapse. So it puts a hard speed cap for the classes that maybe do excel in those areas. But there's that hard speed limit stopping them from getting so ridiculously above everybody else. At the same time, though, you got to be careful going down that road because you make grinding a lot more tedious and more boring. Variability between grind spots does make things interesting. That's why I don't think every class needs to be perfectly balanced at every spot. I think it's just important to have a good variety of options that are good. And yeah, some classes will excel more at some other classes will excel more at others. But ultimately, you know, you find what works best for your class and you enjoy and you feel like you're making a good amount of silver, and that's good enough, right? And then you keep things interesting. People can kind of pick what they want that suits what they want to do for that day, instead of it just being the same, okay, sit next to a tower, dump abilities until you're done. Yeah, the normalized AP caps have helped a lot too, for sure. These are all steps they're making that are doing a good job, but they will never ever have it perfectly balanced. It all just has to be within reason, right? Assuming equal gear and skill, as long as everything is within like 5, maybe 10% most of each other, that's acceptable. Holy smokes, Twitch is freezing. This is only you, John. I don't know what you got going on with your PC, but nobody else is, well, I guess I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I'm certainly not experiencing that, whether I'm watching anybody else's stream or my own. Are you watching on a new device or something today? Is your device struggling to decode my 2K stream? Yeah. Well, interesting is kind of loaded there, right? Because sometimes these interesting mechanics just make grind spots feel tedious and annoying. So, I do like having interesting things for grind spots, but you gotta be careful that it doesn't make the spot annoying. I have an add-ons command trigger. Those are the add-ons that I use. Yeah, exactly. Variety, you know? There's a reason why the phrase variety is the spice of life, right? That's a phrase that long predates BDO. So I think variety is key. Except that some spots might not be good for your class, as long as there are spots that are, and you know, they're all reasonably close to each other. Just have good options for people. To me, that's the most important thing. Why are all the streamers grinding DSR and not ores? Well, I can't speak as to why anybody else is doing it, but I'm doing it because I'm trying to hit level 67 before Edania, and that's going to, and this is the best XP in the game now, this spot, or damn near close to. Yeah, I didn't say type the gear command, I said type the add-on command. It doesn't look like you typed anything, you just clicked on what somebody else typed. John, you bitch. My trading level? Master something or another? Master 15. Those are my life skills. This song always reminds me of Austin Powers. I love it. I need to retake my Wukong, finish getting level 65. And then I think I'm just going to cycle my tags around as I continue to level characters up. But I'm not fishing on my main anymore. Not if the XP is as low as it was last night. I don't know why I always thought the XP was higher. But I stopped right at 99% last night and then fished. And I got 3 1,000ths of a percentage in 12 hours, which is a completely inconsequential amount, so small. At that point, I might as well just have the convenience of fishing on an ult. Especially since I grinded a second archaeologist map for legit just doing that. How long did that map take me? You don't want to know. Way less than it should have. Here. I'll say this, and this will probably piss you off alone. In the process of grinding 2 archaeologist maps, I didn't get a single duplicate both times. I'm sure that's enough to trigger most people. My first one I did the old rotations. My second one I did the new Decia ones. I think if we have the stats on my first map. Oh yeah, there we go. So it took me my very first map. I spent 70 hours at Bassi's, 20 hours at Centaurs, and 2 hours at Pilaku. So as you can probably guess from that, during the old treasure events, Bassi and Centaurs substituted the sulfur mine spots. Or no, Centaurs? That's right, Centaurs replaced sulfur mines. And Bassi was supposed to replace Pilaku, but while I was grinding Bassi, I didn't finish, so I ended up having to go to Pilaku, and I finished it there. So yeah, that took me in total 92 hours. That was my first one. And my second one took way less than that. I don't have the stats on that one, but it actually probably took half that time. I don't even remember my reaction there. I'm kind of sad I don't have a camera on there. I bet I look young. 4 years ago? Shit, that's practically forever ago. That was probably one of the last times I played Warrior, now that I think about it. With that being 4 years ago, I bet that was right before Sage dropped. Yeah. I still have more playtime on my Warrior than I do my Sage. Yo, what's up, John? That's why I have these things. Although, let's see. Oh, my hair's not a mess. See? I got my Warrior poster. You can't really see, but it says my name down there. Here, 1 second. Alright, Zethian, and then they sent me that Deadeye poster right there. Right there. Number 1 dad? Yeah. My kids made that. One Father's Day. So all the other dads in chat, I hate to break it to you, but you're not number 1. And if you're not first, you're last. You thought Enlave made it for me? How funny would that have been? You see Enlave's signature on the bottom. You heard Cald's guide was pretty good? Oh, it was the best guide. Him and Choosy, they cooked. That's the guide to end all guides. Yep. Blazing the trail and paving it for everybody else to follow, right? And to think Armin hates him. Just shows what a good guy Calb is and what a bad guy Armin is. By the way, a little word of advice to everybody. Save your energy on all your characters from here on out, so you at least have energy to invest in nodes and stuff in Edania. Just a little PSA. It'd be a lot easier to ignore that dice if it wasn't fucking bouncing around all goddamn day distracting me. Jesus. Yeah, vicious shadows if you're capped. You can do that. I'll be making tens of millions in the Night Vendor. Tens of millions? Holy fucking rich. He's out here flexing his wealth. Anyone else experience random crashes in video? Yeah, everybody who plays this game. Not even remotely as bad. Actually, I think a lot of people don't acknowledge that. The crashing that we used to experience in video is way, way, way less than it's ever been. It used to be bad for everybody. Every loading screen was like a 50-50 chance. It was a coin flip whether you crashed or not. Lowest and optimal? Oh, maybe that is. I always play on medium. My crashing is very minimal. I legit don't even feel like I crash once a week. It might be closer like once every other week or once a month. A reasonable amount of crashes. Oh, that's right, this song. That's right, I forgot I added this song to the playlist. Let's note that banjo. Oh, Yanu, that's what you get for opening your fucking mouth. Let that be a lesson to you. I haven't been able to sell Origins of Dog Hunger for a month. How will I make money? Well, you definitely don't play on NA because it should take you about a week to sell them. And that number seems to be going down too. It should definitely not take you a month to sell them on EU. I'm looking at your market right now, and you're selling anywhere between 600 to 1,000 a day, and there's only 7,000 listed at min price, so that should be approximately a week. So I take it you guys don't understand how the market works when items are listed at min price, and that's why you can't sell them after a month. So, little, yeah, 7,000 origins. You have to sell origins. You don't sell essences. If you're trying to sell essences, why would anybody buy an essence when they could buy a completed origin, you know? It's the same price. So if you want to sell them, you need to sell origins. And it looks like almost 1,000 are selling a day, and there's 7,000 listed, under 7,000 listed, and that's actually been going down over the last month. But how it works is when you list something at min price, you have basically a spot in queue, and you hold that spot in queue until it's your turn. So if, like, for example, if you grind and you have 3 of them, right? And you list those 3, and then the next day you grind and you grind like another 3, and then you take those 3 down so you can add the other 3 to the pile, what you're doing is you're resetting your spot in queue. So now you're all the way again back at the back of the line. What you need to do is list a stack and let it sit until it sells, because as soon as one sells, that means you're the person that's next in line, and the rest of the stack will sell as people buy. And then as soon as the whole stack sells, now you list a whole new stack. But according to the EU analytics right here, it'll take you approximately a week or 8 days to sell origins. Not a month. And that's on EU. On NA, let's see. On NA, oh, get this Nuver fucking spawn out of my face. NA, approximately the same amount are selling over the last 5 days. Last night, actually, 1,100 sold, but I'm assuming it has to do with that hammer. It should actually only take you, like, 2 days to sell them in NA, and a week to sell them in EU. Maybe it's better now, less people grinding there. It's a twofold thing, actually. Not only are there less people grinding here, but they shadow nerf the amount of essences you get from both Tungrad and Darkseekers. So there's less replenishment going on, and the supply is slowly depleting on both regions. If it continues with this path, they might sell out on NA in the next week, but that doesn't mean they're going to instantly start going up. Right now, there's also a ton of these guys as well, banked origins. So once these sell out, people will start buying these, and then once those sell out, then all of them will start going up in price. But we don't know what Edania is going to drop in terms of stacks, so it is a little bit of a not really a risky investment, but something to consider, right? That, like, you could invest heavily in it, and then all of a sudden they make essences super common in Edania, and then that market gets flooded again. That's part of the reason why I grind here exclusively too, because I hate stacking And if these get to the point where they start going up in price, I don't want to have to pay an inflated price for them. Have you been playing this game, Chaos Silence? New regions have never hit Global Lab before their release, ever. There is actually one exception to that, which was the Mountain of Eternal Winter, but that wasn't a public Global Lab. Global Lab got shut down to the public for that week, and that was only for partners and members of the media to make content about the Mountain of Eternal Winter release. And there was a NDA and an embargo that you couldn't release any of the content involving Mountain of the Eternal Winter until the release date. Yes, really. That's how it's been for this game's whole existence. I don't know why there's people out there who think that Edania is going to hit Global Lab. If it does, if for some reason it does, will be the first time where a new region is available to the public before its official release, ever. Witch nerf's incoming? I don't think Witch should get nerfed. I don't think it's like that grossly overtuned for grinding. It's comfy. I don't think it's overperforming in PvP. At least not that I'm aware of. If it is, I mean, people are being pretty good at hiding it. I think the main class that probably could use a nerf right now is probably Hash. And I don't even think that's PvE. I'm talking just PvP, right? Stuck Hash's damage is ungodly. I don't think it's a class that should have that much damage. I think all block jumps need to be nerfed. I think Hash is the most egregious user of block jump. I think if we want a game with more forward guards, those block jumps need to not be so free. I mean, I guess they're not like super free because I fought a lot of Hashes and some of them are terrible with them. And some others it just feels like you can't ever use a forward guard. But when you're fighting a Hash that knows how to use the block jump properly, every forward guard just is... It's fucking crazy how effective that shit is. Because it's not even like a grab where they have to be next to you. And they've already addressed like a Wagu's block jump, right? Sage's Impaling Flash. And once again, people are going to be like, oh, well, what about Sage? I don't think they should have ever put knockback on Impaling Flash. I mean, it technically doesn't put you behind the target every time, but the fact that it still does do that a reasonable amount of times makes it also bullshit. Is that me, or is Archive a crazy tryhard Sage? Because 70k Highland sounds insane to you. Oh yeah, he's definitely... Him and Diego, for example, are two Sages that really like to push their trash as high as they possibly can. Just remember, right, when you're looking at videos like that, they're not trying, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but they're not trying to showcase what the average person should be doing and what their average hours are. They're trying to show the extremes of when everything works properly and you're sitting there and you're micromanaging your blinks between abilities. It's not meant to be like something you should be aiming for to do on a regular basis. It's just something fun to look at. Okay, Look at this perfect situation where this person was sweating their ass off and is good at their class. Look what they were capable of doing. People complaining about block jumps? Specifically the ones that are just absurd. Like, I think the ninja block jump is fine. It's primarily hash. Owegu's block jump has apparently been addressed too, right? Like, they've had other nerfs, but they still had some cancels to get into it, but limited it. And from what I understand, the most recent changes also has changed those ones too, so now it's not going to be as fast. I think hash is the main culprit right now, because not only does it have a bunch of them, but they're fucking instant. It just instantly, like, you're CC'd before you even see them appear behind you. You're CC'd so fucking fast. Like, hash is definitely their block jumps are a problem. Spiral cannon's not a big deal. I mean, those classes, they have to get right next to you to do that, and they have to travel through you to do it. It doesn't automatically put them behind you. If you're standing close enough that their spiral is getting through you, that's a you problem. You need to practice better positioning. The Q block jump from Awaken Hash is the most broken. That might be true, because I fought a Suck Hash the other day and it felt like a very reasonable matchup. I had to be very careful about his trading. But when I was fighting Calb, he was playing Awakened. Holy, his block jumps. I was getting a little frustrated, I ain't gonna lie. Because like I said, I was CC'd before he was even behind me. It was completely unreactable. And I think it was primarily more of an issue with him specifically because he is so intimate with Awakening Sage. Obviously, he's going to be very, very effective at fighting against it. Unlike most people who think Sage has like no forward guards and it's only SA, he knows where all the forward guards are. And having an ability like that is so effective at punishing forward guards, he knows where to use it and how to use it and when to use it, right? So it just made it a very... very fucked up fight. Ianu. Almost every striker you fight, and even ask Divios this, he will confirm it. They've removed so much skill expression from strikers that, like, 99% of the strikers all move the exact same way and rotate abilities the exact same way. So if you can't keep track of the one cooldown that they're using, or the two cooldowns, Battle Roar and their Spiral, what are you even doing? That's a you problem. If you know it's about time for them to do Spiral Cannon, don't do a forward guard. That's the thing, the difference between me, Neki, is I also say nerf Sage. And I've been saying it for months. It's not a me problem, I just went suck Dosa, now I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, now you're part of the problem, actually. The Dosa C ability where it throws that little smoke warrior behind forward guards, that shit's toxic too. I say, yeah, nerf Sage and Hash, and Hashes are like, yeah, nerf Sage. Those fucking bitches. I hate Hashes. Yo, Scum, I have not heard anything about that. No, that sounds kind of crazy. We go on main ball, yeah. Might be time to retake the warrior. I do love me some suck warrior. I don't know if Cabell's known me long enough to know, but I used to main that shit. I should retake the warrior, and then I could start doing 5 C10s again. I know you guys won't believe me because I did it off stream, and part of the reason why I was able to do it was because I did it off stream. But I one-shot all 5 of my bosses last night. It's amazing how much more effective I am at killing bosses when I'm not trying to respond to chat and get distracted by chat. Shit, if it gives 40 DR to everyone around them, that's actually kind of a big deal. So it's our fault, huh? Always. Anything to alleviate myself of accountability, that's a W for me. Because God forbid I get better, I would rather just blame outside problems. Outside, whatever. Why am I denying you of content? Because... when are you guys giving me content, huh? I don't think the Olin's piece is 500 to 700 hours anymore. Well, maybe with the most recent changes, but I know before that it wasn't. Dekia 2 Olin's was like the freest merchant ring piece almost ever. It made it so the Olin's piece wasn't the most difficult piece anymore. It was like the piece that's right in the middle. Ash and Crypt. Crypt was the easiest, Ash the second easiest, then it was Olin's. And I don't know what was hardest, Sakraya or Paddocks. I think they're just both misery. But Olin's used to be worse than all the spots, and Dekia 2 Olin's made that not the case. When they first added Suck Warrior was actually really good in large scale. It was like finally the replacement to Awakened Warrior. It was, you know, more essays and stuff. Still had issues getting out of a fight, but it with the stacking DP on its block. Yeah, it was pretty tanky then. I should pick a class to keep tagged until Savior comes out so I can transfer the XP and stuff to Savior from that other class. So I'm definitely not transferring my Sages. I think it still has potential, it's just there for catches and support. Oh no, not just that, are you kidding me? Warrior does good damage. One of the biggest issues with Warrior, and this is what made me leave Suck Warrior, is way back in the day, Suck Warrior was actually the worst accuracy class in the game. It was like just as bad as Awakened Hash. It was so fucking bad. And back then, there was a lot more people playing Evasion too. So anytime you ran into anybody that was Evasion, you just did no damage. But if you fought people who were DR, you fucking destroyed them as a Suck Warrior. And when they did all of these accuracy changes over the last couple years, that has greatly affected both Hash and Suck Warrior. Like in a positive way. Now, Suck Warrior still has the same issue as like normal Warrior, where it has very outdated movement compared to like so many other new classes, but god damn can Warrior get tanky. Yo, maybe I am a DR loser. Yo, maybe it's time to go on the Warrior and run those 2 DR crystals and just fucking face tank people. Oh my god, am I a Warrior? Holy, I think I'm a Warrior, chat. Until Savior comes out. Yeah. Well, Warrior's never been a main ball class, and I still don't think you'll be a main ball class. You're still gonna get blown up, even with that DR, if you're just standing still holding block. What you need to do is you need to rat around the outsides, and Warriors have always been good at that. At least good Warriors that actually get a decent amount of frags are good at ratting in a way that actually helps the main ball. I mean, they're not ever going to top frag, but they pull their weight. There's just not a lot of those Warriors out there. Oh, you shouldn't be doing that, though. Those rock builds are about to get gutted, and all these DP losers that have been shit at the game and crutching on that shit are going to have to actually learn how to play the game. It's going to be great. I can't wait till they do that. I mean, they did state that they were going to address it. Now, how they address it is a completely different story. We just got to kind of wait and see. They said in the, not in the most recent patch notes, but the one before that, they said that they were going to address the rock builds. There's a few ways they could go about it, but I ain't going to try to predict what BA does. That's a fool's errand. They always seem to try to come up with some obscure way that usually... It never addresses the problem perfectly. It always under-addresses or over-addresses and makes something useless or has no effect on it, you know? I think the easiest solution, though, is to just limit it to 2 crystals. You can only wear 2 DP crystals and that's it. Either 2 DR or 2 evasion. Like I said, there's multiple ways they could go about this. We've cooked up a few. And I suspect every idea we cook up, they're going to check off, or sorry, they're going to cross off their list of possible things to do. Because they always want to do it their way. Yeah. Yanu, you know what? That's some facts right there. They might address Olin's. Well, the thing is they can't do that by itself, Berserk. Because if they just limit it to, like, let's say 2 DR crystals, then people will equip 2 cadres with 2 DR crystals. What they need to do is they need to assign these slots at the bottom 2 specific accessories. And these crystals can only go in the specific slots. So the DR crystals can only go in the ring slots. So if you unequip your 2 Karazad rings to equip cadres, now you can't use the DR crystals. And then with evasion, the same thing, right? There needs to be a neck and a belt slot, since those are the 2 evasion slots. And then the evasion crystals are limited to 2 and can only go in those slots. So if you unequip a Karazad to try to put on a Centaur, you lose access to one of your evasion crystals. Like I said, there's ways to do this. Or you could say, fuck it, it's okay if these guys remain tanky, but let's have a negative effect on them. Like, you could also make it so there's a negative set bonus where every crystal beyond 2 applies negative 10% movement, cast, and attack speed. So if they equip 6 of these crystals, they're moving at minus 40% speed, and now they can't touch anybody. They're walking everybody at everybody at a snail's pace. They could potentially add diminishing returns to the crystals, so for every crystal you add, the second one, third one, each one gets less and less more. They contribute less and less to your stats. There's a whole variety of ways that they could go about doing it, addressing it. And I'm sure every single idea we cook up, they'll try to find some completely different way to do it. So, like I said, trying to predict what they'll do is a fool's errand. We'll just have to kind of wait and see what they do. Yeah. I mean, Centaur with 2 DR crystals actually isn't a big deal. When you hybridize your defensive stats, you end up squishier, not tankier. It's nowhere near as strong. Running 6 DR crystals or 6 evasion crystals is way better than running 3 and 3. Because of the way those stats scale. So it wouldn't even be a big deal. The problem in the past is you could get so much evasion that you could... Back in the day when there wasn't enough sources of accuracy in the game, you could get enough evasion that you bottomed out your opponent's accuracy and they did 0 damage to you. Or, now, you can get enough DR that you bottom out your opponent's AP and they do no damage to you. It's those extremes that are the problem. When you hybridize, yeah, people do a lot more damage to you. Yeah, that's because they're bottomed out. The minimum amount of damage reduction you can get to is 95%. So now they only do 5%. And now 5% might sound like still a lot, but you got to remember your potions are healing you so much that when people are bottomed out to 5% damage, your potions are offsetting like a whole bunch of people attacking you. And then the same thing with evasion. The lowest you can get the hit rate to is 5%, right? You can get 95% evasion, that's the cap. It could get attacked at both angles too, right? They could nerf the DR crystals and at the same time, when we get these upgrades to our Dawn crystals, right? Because we know we're going to get upgrades to all these. the upgrades to the AP ones might give proportionally more AP than the upgrades to the DR ones. So that would be a slight swing in the other direction, right? They might hit it from both angles. Yep, they're both linear. They are linear in the sense of how much that they add to you, but because they're subtracting from they're subtracting a fixed amount from a continuously smaller pie, it feels like they scale exponentially, right? Because when you remove 1%, damage reduction, sorry, when somebody's doing 100% damage to you and you gain 1% damage reduction, that's a 1% increase to your damage. But if somebody's only doing 10% damage to you and you get another 1% damage reduction, that's actually 10% less damage you're taking for the same 1% damage reduction, right? And the same thing goes both ways for both AP and DR. That's why it's always been best to go one or the other and never hybridize. Can't hibernate? What do you mean hibernate? I never said hibernate, I said hybridize. Hybrid. Oh shit, no I don't. Thank you. Appreciate you. We're almost halfway to our goal for today. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't actually used... I gotta use the Black Spirit buff, too. They're resetting artifact presets? Huh? I didn't see them do that. Did I stop doing bells? Yeah, I don't want to bother with bells. Bells are funner for trolling. Tonight? Oh. Why the hell? Well, good thing I have an add-ons command. Wait, oh, I'm gonna have to reset all my pet groups? That's fucking annoying. Oh my goodness. I wonder if I can save the config file and then just replace it after maintenance. It's going from being stored client-side to server-side. Oh. That's kind of nice. Oh, hell yeah. We need something to click right now. Jesus, this is the clicking song. Light on the dark side of me. Love remained a drug that's the high, not the pill. But did you know that when it snows, My eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen. Nah, that's enough singing on me. What do you think, this is a Hunter stream? Nah, it'd be Disney tunes, never mind. God damn. That's a fat fucking drop. Jesus. 25% drop. Oh, this means it's time to invest, chat. That just shows the potential of it bouncing back once it gets released. Time to make millions of won, which is approximately a Happy Meal. A million won is 724 US dollars. Holy shit. How many Happy Meals is that? God damn. Wait a damn minute. A happy ending with it? Shit. That's the extra Happy Meal plus plus. Nothing like some good old-fashioned seal. By the way, everybody, I've reduced the cost of the song request from 2,000 points down to 1,000. We're going to continue to experiment with different numbers with all this stuff. McDoubles are now 1 cent a calorie in Canada, and I'm upset about it. Wait, why are you upset about it? Are McDoubles cheap right now? Am I going to McDonald's to get a McDouble tonight? Fuck. I love McDoubles. The McGangbang? Does that come with extra sauce? They were $2 pre-COVID. Oh. Jeez, if you're paying $3.90 for a McDouble, you're fucking up. Just go to the grocery store, spend double that, get a pound of ground beef, and you can make how many McDoubles at home with that? Two? You could totally make more than that. You could probably make, what, 4 or 5? Because it's 2 beef patties, but they're pretty small, and they're pretty thin. 2 slices of cheese, I think a pickle, and a little bit of ketchup. Yeah, I think about 4. Oh, that's right. The double cheeseburger is 2 slices of cheese. Well, fuck, man. I'm making double cheeseburgers then, bitch. Fuck your McDouble. Excuse me. You know what I'm making tonight that I don't make very often and is super lazy? Hamburger fucking helper. I got some hamburger helper. I'm gonna dice up some broccoli and mix it in there with it too. Sorry, what are you apologizing for? Wait, is this not done yet? Oh, 11 more hours? What the fuck happened? Oh, no fucking shot it did that. God fucking damn it. That's annoying.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do?
Ooh, the shield. Thank you for the sub, buddy. I appreciate it tremendously. Yeah. Elote? Elotes? What are elotes? Appreciate the streams. I appreciate that shit. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me every day. The fact you guys come here every day helps me, enables me to do what I'm doing. So without you guys, I wouldn't be here. Not the other way around. Grilled street corn. What's the difference between normal corn and street corn? Shut up, Kicky. Kicky's probably typing some stupid shit right now. He's like, street corn's from the street. $5 footlongs? They definitely do not. Pretty sure a footlong is like $12 here in Canada. Some homeless guy put it up his ass? Holy. Guess that's why they call it the cornhole, huh? Kotja cheese? Is that like cottage cheese? And spices. I mean, that sounds great. $12? Yeah, some of them. I guess that's the premium ones. The normal ones are probably like $9 or $10. Cotija cheese. I've never had cotija cheese. Oh, eating out is expensive. It is fucking expensive. I'm taking my wife out for dinner tomorrow night. It's our anniversary, and we're going to be going to a pretty expensive restaurant. Luckily, I got a $150 gift card for that place, so we'll use that first. But I'm sure there's still going to be a hefty little bill at the end. Luckily, the kids are old enough to stay home, too, so I'm just going to order them a pizza, and then the wife and I are going to go for dinner. It's a place called The Caribou. It's a very nice restaurant. Very comparable, a little bit fancier, a little bit. I'm sure you guys know what the keg is. Kind of like that. I think it's a little bit fancier, but it's pretty damn close. The wine place? I don't know if they focus on wine. I've never been a wine drinker. So when I go out somewhere fancy, I typically just order an old fashioned. That's about as fancy as I get. Or if I'm feeling like something sweeter, I'll ask for maybe a whiskey sour. I don't think they have the keg in America. Oh, really? I thought that was like a North American chain. Okay, I guess not. Shit, well, I don't know what to compare it to American-wise then, I guess. Your sister works there. The hell? You live in my city? Considering I'm going there for my anniversary, I don't know if my wife will appreciate me saying hi to every lady that walks up to the table. I live in yours. Shut up. How old are you? If you're older than me, then okay. If you're younger than me, then you live in my city. That's just how it works. 42? You dumb bitch. You said 1 year older than me, you fucking cheater. You fucking cheater, pumpkin eater. God damn it, I gotta take that shit out of my bio. Oh, okay, so it operates in both. See, there we go. Damn, you've been watching this stream for a long time. 2018 was your first messages. But you've only been following since July. So at some point I pissed you off and you unfollowed. I can't wait to do it again. Nine seconds. Yo, pretty sure that's the duration of your sex life, isn't it? A little more. We're over halfway to our goal for the day. I don't think we're gonna hit our goal. What's up, Sadikling? How you doing? Finally, we've been having so few tides today. Yeah. Everybody's gonna be cooked. Level 67, that one more AP. Ooh wee! Instead of 1607, I'm gonna have 1608. Ooh, watch the fuck out! Actually, that's including monster damage. 1 second. Instead of 769, it's gonna be 770. Oh, 789. That's 790. Holy shit. And that's in a full XP crystal setup. Womp, womp, womp. Honestly, at this point, might not even be a bad idea to wait. We're a week of, like, this whole evasion evasion is dead right now. It's like, it's the worst it's ever been. But we don't know exactly what the adjustments to the DP crystals are going to look like, what the upgrades are going to look like. You never know. This could very quickly swing in the other direction, so I just don't feel comfortable advising you one way or the other. I would say the safest bet is go DR, but that's about as comfortable of a answer I can give you. Yeah, at this point, it's only just a little bit over a week away. Yeah, you're at a disadvantage in the meantime, but you know, it certainly beats having to potentially go out and grind new ones because you picked the wrong one, right? Especially once Edania comes out, you're really not going to want to go there. And a lot of people that are out there grinding are probably going to leave there, so that supply is, at the bare minimum, going to temporarily go away. So you don't want to have to go there yourself while you want to be doing Edania. Dark Sage and PV these days? I haven't been grinding with it a whole lot. I suspect it's okay. Probably just depends where you're grinding. Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate video fishing since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed fail stacks in wafer-thin layers that fill my dark night. If the word hate was engraved on each nano angstrom of those hundreds of millions of fail stacks, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for video fishing at this micro instant. For fishing, hate. I love fishing.
NPC, hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate video fishing since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed fail stacks in wafer-thin layers that fill my dark night.
Shut up, bitch!
I had some thoughts about it.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate the fishing since I began to live. There are 38,744 million miles of printed fail stacks and wafer-thin layers that fill my dark night. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of fail stacks, it would not equal 1/1.
Shut up, bitch!
You gonna spread your hate later? Yeah. Have a good one. Good luck with the war. The war against fishing. 0.7% today, Shirley? No. No, not even close. I want to get another 0.2. I'd like to get to 99.5 today. And then tomorrow I'd like to get to 99.8. And then Friday we should easily be able to do it. No. Sure, it's quantity over quality, just like with any other event in the game. Just wherever you're killing the most mobs. Does remind me though. Oh, you can get both of these now. Almost got all the stacks. No, that's not what I want to do. Average seals per hour depends on where you're grinding. Some people are getting 30, some people are getting 10, some are getting less. Doesn't matter where you grind, you should be able to get them all before the event's over, as long as you're playing the game. Even if you're fishing, and fishing alone, and fishing is probably one of the worst ways to get them. You'll definitely get all the good rewards, and probably most of the small ones too. What do you mean blame Canada? What the hell? Yeah. Make sure you grab these weekly ones, you guys. I already grabbed all my weekly ones, but these are going to reset tomorrow. So, and they're pretty decent boxes. How many hours I have in this game? Total hours? An absurd amount. More than most people. I'm at 74,200 hours. But those aren't active hours, right? Obviously, I'm fishing every night, or hitting the dummies, or I was horse training. Just having a community to chat with. I wouldn't be able to grind as much as I do if it wasn't for my community on Twitch. 7 people to kind of shoot the shit with, talk about fun stuff with. Like, we're not always talking about BDO, although obviously most of the time we are. Just joking around, goofing around. I have no idea, Kelb. I mean, there's gonna be 3 castles, right? That's 30 people. Now, all of the gear lords will probably apply to the highest castle. But even still... Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of super geared people. I mean, like I said, it's gonna be only 30 or 27, right? Or, 21 people. 3 people for each castle will be random amongst the people, so they may not be the highest geared, but from what I understand, it takes the top 7 geared people. And in the case of, like, the people with 1 pen Fallen God, I don't even think they're guaranteed a slot. I think if they all apply for, like, the 4th castle, which is gonna be, you know, one of them, because they're adding the 1st, 2nd, and 4th castle, right? And I think they're all going to apply to the 4th one. But I think even if you have 1 pen Fallen God, I think there's enough people on the server that all have 1 pen Fallen God that I don't even think that guarantees you a spot. I think the people with 2 pen Fallen Gods, they're guaranteed a spot. But the people with 1 pen Fallen God, it's going to be completely random for them, because there's going to be a bunch of them all at the exact same gear level, and it's just going to have to randomly select amongst how many slots are available through them. And then it'll pick the 3 random people that applied, right? So, yeah, it's going to be pretty stiff competition, that's for sure. I think there's going to be a lot of people that first week that don't get selected, and then they're going to be complaining. They're going to bitch and complain and be like, this fucking system sucks, I can't believe I didn't get selected. That might demoralize them in the following weeks unless people sign up, making it easier and easier. It's up to me to represent Sage. I think I fall into the same boat, right? As I don't actually have a pen Fallen God, so I think the people with pen Fallen Gods, they're all going to, they're going to be pushing low-geared people like me out of the chance to get in. I think the only chance I have to get in is if it does like some type of trickle down, right? Where it takes like, assuming all the people who are eligible for the highest castle, it picks the 10 from there, and then everybody who applied for the top castle and then the second highest castle, then it picks the top 10 for there, and then it if you sign up for Enslar and you don't get in, like, hopefully it then signs you up for the next lowest. Yeah. Well, yeah, like 10 slots per castle is really exclusive. There's definitely more than 10 people on NA with one pen Fallen God. So. And like I said, I think there will be people with a pen Fallen God that get skipped over because, you know, there'll be more than 10 and it'll just have to randomly pick. It might count AP main. Yeah, it might, right? It absolutely might. That's a good point. I don't even have a deck main end. My Splendid hurts me too, right? Because that doesn't have AP on it. So I'm going to have to equip my Bells. Is that the only way to get the stones? Well, you can still do the boss, but killing the boss makes you eligible to compete for the castle to be Edania. You get the stone just for killing the boss, so that has nothing to do with fighting for the armors or anything. You'll be able to get the upgrade stone whether or not. It doesn't matter if you're selected to compete for the spot as the Edania. If they ended up making it, oh man, if they ended up making it that so only the people who compete for the castle get a stone, holy, that'd be a terrible system because for one, all the people who get to compete for the castle would be the ones going up in gear score, making it continuously harder and harder for people who don't get in to ever get in. And two, oh, I guess that's really it. Never mind. I guess there is no two. The ability to attack people and tax from Marnie. Yeah, that's basically it. That's what the Edania gets. The Edania is also going to get like some buffs that they could give to their region at random times, like whenever they want. Kind of like a bell, right? Yeah. Imagine if they fuck it up and you become Edania, you can't actually kill the boss for that week until you're no longer an Edania. So by staying the Edania, you can't get stones to upgrade your armors. That'd be funny as hell. Nobody would want to be the Edania. You try to queue up to do the boss and it's like, you're already the Edania. You can't queue up to do the boss. You don't get to get your stone this week. Would be cool if it was based on time to kill a boss in your class. That at face value, that sounds better, but it has all of its own issues. For one, classes are not equal. Two, it would be just about spamming the boss in, right? Like in the case of like Boss Blitz, for example, right, with the Black Shrine, when you're doing these bosses, like a C10 Gumiho, for example, is probably the perfect example. If you want to get the best time, sure, the people who are really good at it are most likely to get the best time, but it really comes down to RNG with attack patterns. If you end up getting that triple clone for Gumiho like 3 or 4 times, that fight is so ridiculously brain dead, easy, and fast, and it just becomes complete RNG, right? Plus, killing the boss is only to qualify you to apply. After that, you still got to do a free-for-all between 10 people. And then the winner, I mean, there will be no Edania to fight the first week, so the winner of the free-for-all is automatically the Edania. But every week after that, whoever wins the free-for-all has to fight the current sitting Edania. I think it's a perfectly fine system, and you know, it is kind of annoying, like, especially since it comes down to a 1v1 at the end. I don't know if they're going to let you pick. Like, I don't know if they're going to lock you into a specific class once you sign in, like, once you sign up. Like, if you beat the boss with Suck Sage, does that mean you have to sign up as a Suck Sage? Because the thing with that is, like, Suck Sage is going to get cooked by a lot of classes 1v1, right? Suck Sage will do great in the free-for-all, but it's going to do shitty in the 1v1. So what might end up happening is the people who are going for Edania regularly will probably play a class that's really good for the free-for-all, And then also take a class that's good for the 1v1, right? And then just swap depending. I wonder who's going to be the longest reigning Edania? Yeah. It's going to be cool. I think competitive stuff like this, though, is fun. I think it's exciting, even if you don't plan on participating, right? Watching the drama that ends up becoming, like, coming from guilds. Guilds are 100% going to try to coordinate, right? They'll, like, if a bunch of Digi, for example, right, is signed up, or, you know what, even better, let's go with, like, Family and Coco's Kittens. They're having, like, a holy war right now, right? If they sign up and, like, let's say they see, oh, there's a family member in our trying to become a Donna of this castle, let's tag team him first, and then we fight each other. You're going to see politics like that, right, which are going to just piss people off and cause more drama that will bleed outside of the region. It could become, you know, it's exciting. I like it. I don't care if I never become the Adana. I think it is an interesting system, though. Honestly, I might never become the Adana depending on what time and what day they decide that this little competition is going to happen. It might be during a time where my kids are doing dance or something like that, and I'm not at home every day that week, right? So there's some level of RNG of whether or not I'm even going to be able to compete. There's definitely a lot of players out there who are better than I am, though, so, you know. Just gotta wait and see. 2 a.m. EST. Fuck, you never know, right? Considering they usually use, it seems, Pacific time to decide when to do shit. Imagine if they do that 2 a.m. because that's 11 p.m. PST. Oh, that would piss me off. Because I am never, ever, 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 not once waking up at 2 a.m. for that shit. Not a fucking chance. Yeah. No, Goyen, that's a very good idea. They should definitely do that. You should not know who you're hitting and who's who. I think that's a very good suggestion. I mean, people can try to communicate and be like, hey, I got in at this castle. Like, people in their guild will probably communicate to that, right? And be like, I got in at this castle. You know, I'm the Awakened Sage. But if then there's multiple Awakened Sages, it might be hard to keep track if the names aren't above their heads, right? I think it should also not show outfits. It should be just like the basic stage skin. So you don't have people going in there with guild outfits, right? Being like, okay, everybody that's in make sure you all dye your outfits green. Because then you're going to be like, okay, just don't attack anybody wearing green. Although, if you know Erm's outfit is green and you're one of the other guys, you could dye it green and try to pretend, try to blend in. Oh, wait a minute. There's an imposter among us. Yo, what's up, Yavamia? Or Yava Maya? Yavi Maya? Sorry for fucking up your name. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah. Looks like they all just fell off. Thank you. Cooked out here trying to get himself a VIP. He's staying on top of that. I appreciate you. Yo, what's up, Corrosive? What's cooking? Can't believe how close we're getting. I don't remember where I was grinding when I hit 66. I think it might have been Bloody Monastery. Like the Elvia Bloody Monastery. Oh yeah, back-to-back tides. Let's go. This'll push the XP quick. Every time we get one of these, we get like 1/100th of a percentage. I do plan on going back to underwater though for 67 though. That last 1/1000th of a percentage we're gonna do there and see how long it takes. Gonna take a whole stream? Nah, I don't think it'll take that long. I fucking hope not. Oh my goodness, please, thank God. Please, 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 no. I do not want to spend that much time there. I'm kind of curious though with all these changes they've done. Imagine that spot is like a sleeper spot right now and it's kind of cooking. Why does my AP only show 819? Because it doesn't have the other stuff active. This is just the PvP AP right now. And not even that. Here, I'll turn this off. And then don't have to be too worried about it. Shit, I just realized the Edania armor, using that as a skin, might actually be the play now that I think about it. Because right now, if you want that extra 1 DP from the Hunter's Clothes, you either have to use the Fallen God setup, which looks ugly, or you have to use the Hunter's Clothes, which also looks ugly. But if you put on the Hunter's Clothes and just turn it off, wait a minute. the music kind of loud, by the way? I know I turned it up for Seal. Okay, we'll turn it down a touch. I just realized I feel like I'm yelling. Oh yeah, it's an awesome song, but I felt like I was yelling to try to be louder than it. Awaken Vel grinding? Ooh, I have no idea. I don't see anybody grinding on it, so, I mean, that's not a good sign. Does Corgi even grind on it? I don't even know. He does, yeah. Somebody link Corgi's stream. He's the GM of my guild. He's an Awakened Velk main. He'd definitely be the man to ask about that. He probably won't go live for a few more hours though. He usually streams in the evenings. If somebody can, thank you, I appreciate that, Script. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Bye.
The hell? Is it still doing that today, John? That is so weird. What if you set the stream to like 1080p or something like that? Okay, we are now 2/3 of the way to our total goal for the day. We need 1.66 more. You're watching me at 360 and it's still doing that, eh? Have you tried watching it on like Kick? Or YouTube? I feel like an outsider. Please, sir, can I have some more? Do you know if there's been a player that has gotten all 4 pen fallen gods? Yeah. Me and the private server. No, that man's guaranteed a slot in the castle, that's for sure. There's such a digital divide between people, and a Teams meeting where some are questioning, not literally how to open a window, while others are asking more complex database storage related questions. Huh. I guess for some people it's fake it till you make it, right? Pretend you have the skills to get the job, and then learn the skills on the job.
How do I connect my new Google Pixel to the Wi-Fi? I've been trying since 2018. Please help me.
Advanced manufacturing professor. Who's that? I've been on a Theo Von kick, man. I've been just watching clips and clips and clips of him. That man, it just, I don't know what it fucking is. He has like a full grip around my fucking funny bone and just fucking, I just can't control myself when he's talking. Oh, he grips hers too. My wife finds him absolutely hilarious as well. Theo Von, yeah. Here, I'll link exactly what I'm watching right now. He's fucking hilarious. He's talking to Joe Rogan in this one. But he's hilarious. It doesn't matter who he's talking to. He's just a fucking hilarious guy. His brain definitely just works different than everyone else's. You'll watch it, you'll see. It's just so effortless. It's just the way he views the world, right? He's obviously just talking. His brain just works different, and it's just so funny. Yeah, oh, that was hilarious too. Oh, shit. I just linked it in chat. I'm watching some clips of Theo Von. Oh, he has great timing. Great timing. But that's the thing is, I guess I don't know if I've ever seen him do stand-up. I think I've only ever watched him just like on podcasts and shit, right? Either his own or on other people's. So just kind of shooting the shit. None of it is like scripted or whatever. It's just a conversation. And I just find him so funny. He doesn't even need to be trying to be funny, right? But I should find some of his stand-up. I know he does some.
Twitch crash.
Shut up, bitch!
Thank you. Holy. Fucking man just cooked our ears. I feel like I just stuck my head in the microwave.
Shut up, bitch!
Almost dropped your rice while washing it. The chat goes through, but video doesn't. That is so weird, John. You have something weird going on with your PC. Have you tried turning off hardware acceleration on in your browser? It probably doesn't work because of all this stuff. The AI probably doesn't know how to handle it, so it just breaks it. Yeah, graphics acceleration. Try turning it off and see if you still have the issue, right? You might not be able to watch in 2K, though. If you turn that off, you might be forced to watch in 1080p. But it'll be interesting to see if that resolves your issue, right? One of the key tricks to troubleshooting is just figuring out how to repeat the issue, right? What exactly do you have to toggle on and off to repeat the problem? That's the most important step to fixing something. It's not actually fixing it. Wait, what? Oh, maids.
God damn!
Hey, another tide, let's go.
Witchcraft and K K K K K K K K K K K K T T T T T T P P P P P P P P P P K K. Oh, chat. So I was at the store and I turned to this guy and said, I don't care who you are. Get your hand out of my pants.
Yeah. I swear, over time it continues to get better and better, even though I'm not retraining it with anything.
At first I was like, oh, a bond. But then I was like, oh, age, a bond.
Oh, H, a bond. I guess when you capitalize all the letters, it treats it as like it's an acronym. I think it's because O is not ooh, right? You got to figure out how to type it the way so the bot interprets it the way I said it, or the way that you want me to say it. When you just type O, it's just gonna be like O.
Ooh, a bond.
Ooh, a bomb.
A bond.
Oh, a bomb!
I forgot we had the SpongeBob voice.
Hey, burn!
Yeah, that sounds right.
Hey, Patrick, Larry the Lobster is digging in me.
So. Sometimes SpongeBob is so fucking loud.
Hey, Bon?
Why did it do that twice? What the hell? Oh, I had my stream open.
Today is the end of the Republic, the end of a regime that acquiesces to disorder at this very moment. In a system far from here, the New Republic lies to the galaxy while secretly supporting the treachery of the loathsome resistance. This fierce machine which you have built, upon which we stand, will bring an end to the Senate, to their cherished fleet.
A little too long. There you go. We're definitely gonna. We're almost at our original goal, but our extended goal, I think we're definitely gonna hit that today. We've been doing pretty good despite the distractions earlier today. Yeah, I'll be honest. I like doing the storage method much better than trying to use that video companion app. Same thing, 100% accuracy. Yeah, Cook did. I was spending too much time forgetting about it, and I actually remembered this time. I popped them on my own. I'm a big boy now. Like I said, tomorrow I won't get as much time to grind. I'll already be done streaming tomorrow around this time, so I would like to get to 99.8 tomorrow, but I mean, if I got 0.5 today, go for 0.3 tomorrow, yeah, I think that should actually work out pretty good. Shows what you've got today with the storage method. So I started the storage method a little bit late, but yeah, this is what I've accumulated so far today. I probably have about 2 hours that weren't included. Although 2 hours of just trash, not 2 hours of the other stuff. How long is this? See, that's the thing, is it includes AFKs and all that stuff, right? So, I mean, I've been streaming for 8 hours, so... But I take a lunch break, all that stuff. Personally, I think that's a much more reasonable way to measure your trash, right? Measure how much you're earning. But I probably had like an hour and a half worth of AFKs today, so... Like I said, I'm less concerned with how much I make per hour and more concerned with how much I make per day. And if I feel at the end of the day I made a reasonable amount of silver, I'm happy. I guess one of the major issues is I like to use the primary storage of that region, and keeping all of those clear might be kind of cumbersome to move everything. I guess it wouldn't be that bad. But like, I'd use a lot of other primary storages, right? Like, I have Velia, which I obviously use for my stacks and stuff. When are we supposed to get that stack system, by the way, that holds all of our stacks? Serendia, I use this for like life skilling stuff. Calpheon is just all my worker crap. Media, I mean, this one's largely open. I don't really use this for anything. This is just junk that's been sitting there forever. Valencia has, you know, mostly junk. That could easily be moved. Camasylvia, easy. Dragon, easy. Odalita, pretty easy. Not that there's much out in the Great Ocean. Mount of Eternal Winter. Nampu Moodle. I guess I should move the furniture stuff to one of these other storages. I guess there's really only a couple that are an issue, which is like Calpheon, Serendia, and Velia. But yeah, this is nice because the video companion doesn't have 100% accuracy, and I don't think it ever will unless BDO decides to give access to some type of loot drop API. I'll be completely honest though, do we want BDO players, do we want the server to have to do that much more additional communication? If everybody all of a sudden has a loot tracker that's constantly polling the Twitch servers, sorry, the BDO servers, do we really want to put more load on the servers? Those gets would be very minimal. I mean, minimal individually, but what if it like got super popular, right? Like, I feel like that could add up. Not so much in terms of network traffic, but in terms of just like the communication the server has to do, because everything has to be processed by the CPU first. Right? Like, that's one of the main reasons why your CPU is usually the bottleneck when it comes to games, is because like every time the GPU, like everything the CPU has to handle, the CPU has to handle, but everything the GPU handles, the CPU handles first, right? It has to initiate a draw call to the GPU first. And then the GPU handles, like, with its specialized capabilities, handles, like, the rest of it, right? But the CPU still is the one that basically issues the command to the GPU saying, hey, you need to do this. Yeah. I mean, I think most of the time it wouldn't cause an issue, but what about during Node Wars and Siege, right? There's certainly times where Node War and Siege seem to be fucking everything up. Especially when the fights are so big. Like, sometimes I think, or at least in the past, maybe this isn't a more recent issue, but in the past, like, if you were just on the Siege channel when that shit was going on, that shit would, like, you might not even be at the Siege and you're experiencing it. How many Edania seals have I collected already? Ooh, I can get this now too. So I've collected all these and the weeklies. So, well on track to get everything. Mobs are removed from the Siege channels? You are, yeah. But the servers aren't just the Siege channels, right? The servers are set up into groups. They don't have a server dedicated to every channel. But I think that's more so an attempt to get people to move off the server, off the channel though. I'll be honest, when they first removed the mobs, I can't even remember how much of an impact that had. I feel like it was minimal. I feel like it was just something everybody thought was going to have like this dramatic effect on making Sieges playable. And we asked for it, and they listened, and really didn't accomplish a whole lot. But when it comes to these issues, there really is no silver bullet that's going to fix it, right? It's kind of, you need a collection of different things, right? Take 2% load here, 5% there, 3% there. Before you know it, it adds up, right? Little by little, a little becomes a lot. They even tried having guild outfits, right? Where you go to the Node War vendor and you buy an outfit and everybody can run the same outfit. I feel like that should be mandatory. In fact, I don't even think it should require you to do it. I think it should be just something like as soon as you're in a Node War area, it just sets your... When you're in a Node War area, every single person you run into is just the default template. default everything, right? Even like personal customizations. Because then the game only needs to load one thing instead of like every time somebody, and I think this is a large reason for the stutter you get in Node War and Siege, right? You'll notice this, like when your guild calls for a push and you're diving into an enemy ball, just as you're diving in, it has to now render everybody, right? And as it's rendering everybody, it has to render every single little customization they have on their character, every single little detail on their outfit that's colored a specific way, and it's doing this for every single person as you dive in. I feel like if it just used a default template for each class during Node War and Siege, you would experience significantly less of those. And you know what, maybe I'm overestimating it, but I can't help but feel like you would experience significantly less FPS drops diving into a ball. Because instead of it being like, okay, this is Zephian, and he's wearing this outfit, and this outfit is dyed this way, and his hands are this big, and his waist is that big, and his dick is that big, right? Instead of it trying to load all those things, it would just be like, okay, this is a Sage. You pitied Pride Fallen God. Hey. Could be worse. Could pity Tet. Think of it this way. Perhaps you get the bad luck out of the way early when it's nice and cheap, and you'll get the good luck later. Back in my day, there was no such thing as pity. And you could spend 10 times what the item is worth and still not have it. He's all buffed up, that's right. I re-popped it on time this time. We're at 99.4, which was our original goal for the day, but I'd like to get 0.1 more. That means I have to get 0.1 less tomorrow. I'd like to get to 99.5 today, then 99.8 tomorrow, and then we will hit 67 the day after on Friday. Oh, it depends a lot on tides. Is it around 0.1 per hour? No, more like 0.05. But yeah, tides have a pretty significant impact on it. Like a tide itself is like the equivalent of 12 minutes of grinding. You pity duo? Oh hell yeah! Gonna pity it all the way up, baby. I want them to actually change the flavor text. So you know how it says item created by Great Adventure and then it puts your name? Well, these days that has lost all of its value, right? It was originally interesting because, you know, items were traded between each other so you could get an item with someone else's name on it. But these days, all of your gear is all made by you, so that has no value anymore. Obviously, it's made by you, right? You're the only one that can make it for yourself. So I've always thought now that they should have tiers So if you one-tap something, it's like 0 pities. It should be, say, like, item crafted, item blessed. What the fuck was it again? I actually had a whole thing set up for it. Here, I think I know where to find it. No, that's not it. I need to go through and leave a bunch of discords. Holy fuck, I'm in too many fucking discords. There we go, I found it immediately. So this was a suggestion I made, shit, almost a year ago now. And I guess it was very popular, it was very positively received. I'll just put it up on screen here. But like this, right? So, like this would bring a little more value and back to just having like stuff on your items, right? So just a thought by the names, but the names on enhanced gear feels a little pointless now since everyone has to make their own gear. Perhaps updating the system to include flavor text that changes based on how close you were to the pity and something unique if you pitied them. So for example, with the dxracer, if you one-tap something, it'll say equipment blessed by alien has been gifted to, and then the character's name, right? And then 2 to 20 attempts would be just like lucky adventure. 21 to 29 will be made with moderate effort. And then if you pity it, then it'll say this equipment defies the will of alien and was forced into existence with blood, sweat, and tears by so-and-so, right? That would be pretty fun flavor text to have on items too. So when somebody linked an item to you, you could see that they one-shot it or they pitied it or whatever, right? It would be more of a talking piece for linking items and stuff too. And then when you pitied something, you would at least have something to show for it, right? Down the road, you could link it to somebody and be like, do you think you struggled? Look at this. And then you link it and they're like, oh, fuck. I'm glad I wasn't you, right? Any advice and suggestions? Focus on fun. Don't treat the game like a job. Treat it like a game. Play what you really like. Look at all the classes. There's lots of options. Find what you enjoy the most or what you feel will vibe with the most, and just play that. There's a tag system that'll allow you to mess around with other classes too. You're not locked into your decision. It's pretty easy to swap from one class to another. And most importantly, don't compare your progress to other people. There's a lot of luck that's involved in this game, as well as effort. And there are some people who will put in little luck, little effort, and be really lucky, and they'll progress fast. And there's people who put in a lot of effort and be unlucky, and they'll progress slow. Just take it at your own pace. Try to make sure, however you're progressing, you're having fun with it. And every day, try to be, a little bit better than you were the day before, and that's it. Put the rod in the water. There are big packs. It just depends on the spot you're grinding. Some places there's big packs. Some places there isn't. They've been trying to add more variety to grind spot. We haven't had any like really big drops in a little while. Considering how hard I've been grinding. We're about due for another Kabua. They 100% stealth dropped it, yeah. At Tungrad too, from what I understand. I haven't tested Tungrad myself, but I've been hearing people say the exact same thing with Tungrad. Which makes sense. The better way to do it, right? If you just take a look at the central market on both NA and EU too, the evidence is there as well. The same amount of essences, the same amount of the same amount of hungers are selling every day, you know, anywhere between 800 to 1,000, but the supply is now dropping, which implies that the replenishment is dropping, which is the amount people are grinding today to, every day to replenish the supply. So it's looking like, at least on NA, this is going to happen earlier than EU, but we're going to run out of hungers on NA before, like pretty quickly, probably in about a week. Now, that doesn't mean in a week those are going to start going up. There's also a big supply of the faint essences that you get from like Dokkaebi and the Pig Cave. And people will then start buying those because it's effectively the same ratio in terms of silver per stack, right? But it does look like, yeah, it was shadow nerfed. They didn't want to say anything because they didn't want rich people to just buy a whole bunch of them and potentially capitalize off of it. But, yeah, like we're down to pretty close to 1,000 left, and the amount selling every day and the amount of supply that's dropping every day, it's looking like approximately 1,200 are being generated a day into the market, and like 200 of those, sorry, 12. 1 second, I gotta gather my thoughts. Negative 20 per every week after Edania too? Well, definitely. Now, the biggest thing with Edania, and this is the biggest wild card, they might end up making essences drop there too, right? So, if they do that, now all of a sudden everybody's grinding out there for the new stuff and getting essences, that supply might just shoot back up. I hope they're smart enough to not do that, because I think it's good that places have unique reasons to go there, and it keeps value to those spots. It also makes it so new players who play the game, you know, as they're progressing through, old spots still have value because high-end players need those items, right? So I hope if they do add a stack item to Edania, I hope they add like a completely new one that allows you to push from like a 300 stack plus, because I think that provides value to people who grind Edania, but doesn't tank these spots, right? So I hope if they do decide to do some type of stack thing there, that's what they do. Especially with the time gating of the Edania armors, everybody's going to want to overstack like crazy, right? So paying a premium to get your stack up to try to minimize the potential time gate effect is going to be, you know, that would be really nice for people grinding out there. That could potentially, too, be a really good way to bridge the gap between the people who have, like, because, like, right now, when you convert a Pen Fallen God, if you buy a Pen Fallen God, you know, it costs you your, what, 1.7 trillion or whatever, right? But if you make an Oct Edana armor, it's going to be significantly cheaper. Now, if you add this new item that drops out there that allows you to push your stack past 300, so you can actually increase your chances and reduce the time gate, that might actually be a good way to close the gap in cost between an Oct Edana armor, making a Oct Edana armor versus buying a Pen Fallen God. Because if all of a sudden now, in order to minimize the time gate, you're investing a ton of silver into pushing that stack to 400, 500, 600 through these new stacks, yeah, it might close the gap in costs and make a lot more sense, right? Another 30 bill to go from 300 to 400? I don't know, right? I haven't put too much thought into what that could be, but yeah, it could be, yeah, an extra 30 bill for every additional 100 stack. You could push your stack up to 1,000 if you want to for 300 bill, right? $30 bill seems too cheap. I don't think so. I don't think it. Well, yeah, no, I think that would be fine. I mean, if you spend a 300 bill to go to a, you know, push your stack, that's a lot of additional cost. You do that for like every step from pen to oct, all of a sudden that's an additional 3 trillion silver. That ends up being a lot more in line. Sorry, from not to oct. Did I say oct? Yeah, if going to oct, if you do that for like from pen to oct, that's what, pen, hex, sept, oct. That's 4 clicks at an additional 300 bill a pop to try to minimize it. That's an extra 1.2 trillion. That definitely brings it a lot more in line with pen Fallen God. But for non-armors, is a small investment. Well, what would that increase on a deck? On a deck Karazad, that'd bring you from what, like a 15% chance to a 20% chance for 30 bill? I don't think that would be that bad. Oh wait, no, deck Karazad is a 5% chance on a 300, so that would only bring it to like a 6% chance or 7% chance, right? I don't know why I thought it was a 15% chance. I was thinking of the old pen accessories. 5 to 7, yeah. Well, your average amount of clicks would go, and I'm just using the base numbers, right? But your average amount of clicks would go from like 20 to 15. So it would be a saving of approximately 5 clicks. How much does it cost to do a pen Karazad click right now? Isn't it only like 9 bill? So that would only make it slightly cheaper. That'd be a savings of like 11 bill, assuming you hit average in both situations. I'm just roughing the numbers off the top of my head, but that doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Somebody could probably pull up the calculator. Figure out exactly what it would be, right? I mean, I guess I could probably just use the enhancement calculator on Garmoth. Let's see. Where the fuck is this enhancement calculator? Enhancement simulator. The Karazad ring. Going to at Nov. So, assuming a 300 stack is a 5.3, a 400 stack is a 7, so it's actually even slightly less than that. It's a 1.7% difference, not a 2%. And so average attempts goes from, okay, 14 with that. It goes from 18, we'll say 19 because it's closer to 19. 19 attempts to 14 attempts. So it saves you 4 attempts at 3,650 crons. So that's actually a bit more crons than I remember. So the times 4. Yeah. So it would save you 43.8 billion silver, but it would cost you 30 bill for the stack. So it really only saves you 14 billion silver. I don't think that's that big of a deal. I mean, it should happen in tiers. It shouldn't happen like each and every individual stack. And I think at 30 bill, that is a tier jump, right? Going from a 200 to a 300 stack would be significantly cheaper. That's like what? How many essences is that? Let me see. Going from a 200 to a 300 is... Why does this not show me? Oh, here we go. $15. So 15 at 1 bill. So yeah. So that would be double the cost. That'd be twice as expensive as going from a 200 to a 300 to go to a 300 to a 400. You got to remember too, there's a cost efficiency. Like, even if the cost per stack stays the same, there comes a point where the amount you're investing in the stack could be just additional clicks you've done on a lower stack. And there's a point where those two things intersect with each other, where the amount you've dumped into the stack, sure, it increases your chances, but the doing those extra clicks will not only chip away at the pity earlier on, but also, you know, have more likely because you're doing more clicks, have more likely for you to hit the average before the cost, right? That's why people don't just use a 300 stack for like a pen ring. How to deflate silver? Make a new armor or silver burner? I don't think we need more silver sync. We don't really have a silver issue in video. I mean, people buying vendor crons, which a ton of people do, is the ultimate silver sync. You have RBF, true. Using consumables in RBF is a... Well, that's the thing, is that's not even really a silver sink. That's like that removes silver from your pocket, but all the consumables you buy are going to someone else's pocket. Where buying vendor crons just deletes 100% of the silver from the economy. $10 bill a week to tap? Oh no, definitely not. We already know what the stone is, and you only get 1 stone per week. You get your 1 stone from a boss, and I think it takes like 3 sharps and 5 Kapharas to upgrade it to the enhancement stone, and then you do your 1 click, and that's it. And the cron costs were not that big. I think PA's gonna realize... No, they showed us the crons, Huntler. Did you not watch the Calpheon Ball? Or the Heidel Ball, I mean. Yeah, they showed the crons for Oct. It was, and that's why we've all come to this conclusion that, you know, right now, buying a Pen Fallen God is super risky. Like, you got the exclusivity of potentially being able to queue for the... Whenever they finally add the 5th castle, you'll be able to get in there before everybody else can. But aside from that, like, in terms of cost, it's looking like it's going to be way cheaper to make an Oct Fallen God than it is to... an Oct Edania than it is to make a Pen Fallen God. But I think, back to what I was saying, I think what PA is going to realize is by doing this heavy time gate on the armors, it's going to dramatically reduce how much people swipe. Because why are people going to swipe for 200,000 crons when all they need is 3,000 crons every week? Yeah, but if you paid any attention to any MMO in the history of MMOs, you know that it's not going to stay that way. You know, probably by the Calpheon Ball, they're going to add more ways to get more stones. And then, like, Probably by the time they add Edania Part 2, you're going to be able to grind for the stones. They're eventually going to add upgrades to the armors, do events. So people saying, oh, it's going to take you 15 years to start from base and 11 years if you start from Oct, and all of that means absolutely nothing, because we all know that MMOs progress, and it might even be a year or two before we get new armors. The only reason why they have this time gate right now is they wanted to throw some type of bone to the people who already own Penfallen God and not have them feel completely fucked over. But this is a very temporary thing. And they're not going to time gate everything. Like I was just saying, is well, they're going to realize that with this heavy time gating, there's going to be very little incentive for people who are just waiting on their stones to click. There's going to be very little incentive for them to swipe for crons. When you can only do 1 click a week and it only costs you 3,000 crons, why would you swipe for those crons? You could literally AFK fish for those crons. Rod in the water, that's right. Rod in the water and touch some grass. Once a week, come back, do your click, back to the water, baby. Yeah. The problem with outfits right now is the boxes. Right now, and it's not the boxes, like the blacksmith boxes. Like, we gotta... Let me start over, okay? So we have a really weird issue now that we didn't have before. Before, there was this symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play players and the whales, where the whales would convert... They would want to get gains, so they would convert out-of-game time to in-game time. Now, the free-to-play players would benefit from this because they would sell costumes. The whales would sell costumes to the free-to-play players, and the free-to-play players would be able to stretch their in-game time even further, right? They would effectively be able to stretch their in-game time 25% or 30% further because of the whales. It was a nice symbiotic relationship between the whales and the free-to-play players where both parties benefited from the system. The problem now is, since there are no items to trade, these whales don't really need much silver now. They need to click all of these things themselves. So now the whales are buying blacksmith boxes instead of selling costumes, so they can just do the clicks themselves, and the free-to-play player has been completely removed from this transaction, which in my opinion is a problem. That was one of the biggest praises I used to give PA, was the balance they had between the free-to-play player and the whale and the symbiotic relationship they had, and that is diminishing very rapidly with the way they've been developing the game. And it makes it harder and harder to get costumes. What they need to do, is add more items to the game that you can actually buy with silver. Then the whales are incentivized to sell costumes again to get that silver, and then the free-to-play players can also start to benefit from the system as well. I think what PA is also missing too is this old relationship we had as well, where you had to actually still go out and grind the items to do the clicks. Sure, the whales could swipe for the crons or the silver, but if they wanted to push the high-end gear like Pandebos back in the day, Estimates still had to go out and grind base earrings, right? Sure, he could swipe for the crons, but he still had to play the game to get the bases to click. Right now, the whales don't need to do any of that. The free-to-play player has been completely removed from, or largely removed from this transaction, and the whales don't have to leave Velia. The whales still need memfrags, but that's so minimal. You sell one costume a week and use that costume for memfrags, and you have more than enough memfrags for the rest of the week, because you cron everything, right? Yeah, plus the RNG boxes give memfrags too, yeah. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's... We were just having a discussion about this. That's a good point. The main reason why memory fragments have crashed so much is because of these blacksmith boxes. Is because all of the people buying the boxes to click have leftover memfrags and they're dumping them into the market. So yeah, that's not even true too, yeah. Yeah. And to be clear, I have no issues with people whaling. I think whaling keeps the lights on. Whaling keeps the game being developed. That allows them to hire more people. I am perfectly fine with whaling. I just really like the old system they had where the free-to-play player benefited from the whales. I don't know how we get back to that when we only have, when you don't have any tradable gear anymore. Maybe we need to put a lot more cost into the stone. Maybe like Edania fragments will be like one of the first steps where you can buy Edania fragments from the market for like 1 trillion silver per stone. I don't know, I'm just making up a number, but some obnoxious number. So if the whales want to progress their armors quicker, they could sell a bunch of costumes to try to buy stones. And then the free-to-play players could then buy the costumes from them. Nice, Grim. Yeah, I was just picking random numbers. I mean, don't get hung up on the numbers I use. I personally don't even think there should be a limit to costumes. If there's no limit to these blacksmith boxes, why even have a limit on the costumes? Right? What is the point? The whole limit of the costumes was to limit it. It makes no sense to actually have a limit on the costumes, but no limit on the boxes. And you could say, yeah, there's a limit on the boxes, but let's be honest. They have this event growing and you can dump like, what, 5-6 grand into those boxes? That's not a fucking limit. Technically it's a limit, but is it really a limit? When there's a frame, there's FOMO. Yeah, I mean, and that's why they keep this an event, right? If the blacksmith boxes were around all the time, that's like the first costume I bought in a few days. If the blacksmith boxes are around all the time, then people don't feel pressured to go buy them. But because they're available right now, and then people know they're going to be gone, and they know there's a limit, it makes people want to max out now, because once they're gone, right? Yeah. I think you might be jumping in earlier. I was commenting on that, Kanjara. That these boxes, that's one of my biggest issues with them, is that they mainly benefit the person buying them, where the old system of pay to win, where people would buy costumes and sell them so they can use the silver to buy gear. The free-to-play player benefited from that, right? The whales would sell the costumes, buy their item, and then the free-to-play player would use the costumes to make the items for cheaper. It felt like a really good system when it was functioning that way. Yeah. Just crons. 1 trillion silver. Oh my god, 1.5 trillion of just crons. And here I am slaving away. I'm sitting on 1 million crons now. This fucking man has more crons than me. How much have you... Yo, can you show us a screenshot of the total amount of mobs you've killed in the last 30 days? Yeah, he swiped. Like I said, I don't have an issue with swiping. Just say it. It's 0. We'll believe. Oh, shit. He does bosses? True. He does do bosses, so it can't be 0. It's at least 5. This week, 6. We had to kill 1 boss twice. $4,000. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What do you guys think mine's at? Yo, actually, the fact that you're at like 5% of what I'm at is... That's actually more than I expected you to grind. Did this just reset recently? I feel like there's no way I've only killed 94. I feel like this is not actually... Oh, I don't know. It says only... The last 7 days is... Yeah, I don't know. I wonder when that resets. How does that work? Does it reset every maintenance, maybe? Or update every maintenance, I mean? Good morning, slave. Don't forget to obey, consume, marry, reproduce. Have a nice day, yeah. Wait, did that say 0? I fished last night. So yeah, that actually shows that it doesn't update immediately. I've been hitting the dummies. So the 1 day and the 7 day didn't update, but the 30 day did. Unless that 483 was when I was trying to fish for the Termian event, maybe. Loot scroll, appreciate you. We got more XP to pop too. For an MMO, video has some of the lowest ceiling pay to win. The biggest thing with BDO right now is there's no win in this pay to win argument, right? So like that's why I'm like, okay, people are spending a lot and getting like a lot of free hours out of it relative to the people who are actually playing the game, but what are they actually winning? Like Blue Squadron could dump another $10,000 into this game, and I still wouldn't bat an eye if I ran into him on Arsha, right? Yeah, so like I said, part of me is like, you know what? Let these guys swipe. It keeps the lights on, you know, like they've been absolutely pumping out content. This last year has been probably the most pep I've seen in their step in a long time. If this is what it takes for them to move like this, fuck, keep it moving, right? I appreciate them crashing the mem frag prices. That's true, right? If you're taking advantage of that, then you are benefiting from them. Yeah, gamble, gamble. Keep that wheel spinning, right? Can't wait for Krogdalo. Yeah, we're supposed to get him tomorrow. That's gonna be cool. I'm gonna be kind of bummed out. My lightning horse is gonna take the bench. It looked sick on Hugh's stream. Wait, did they already have the patch? I thought they were getting the patch tonight. You got mixed feelings? What are the mixed feelings? Got it a day early? Oh, gotcha. Fuck, I would have been watching Hugh earlier if I knew that. Yeah, I know we have Global Lab tomorrow. I really hope we see how they address these DP rock builds. Oh, excuse me, because that shit's only going to get worse with the Edania, not better. Unless they do something about it. They made it turn into the T9 uni when in the desert. I don't even remember what the difference looks like between the T9 and 10. Oh, you have the video? Let's see. Do you have to level up the horse at all? What a missed opportunity, though. Why did they give us, like, why did they just give us that horse? I don't know why they didn't make it, like, some weird breeding thing where you take your 3 horses and you gotta breed them together and you know, work your way towards that. I don't know why they missed that chance of opportunity and just gave us the horse. Tomorrow's the PvE patch. Shall we get it? Oh, the DP crystals? Yeah. What if he does a double jump on the water? Can he fly? Oh, no, you can't. Yeah. I was gonna say, if you could fly on the ocean, then you could recover your Dene stam while on the ocean, right? Because you could, like, double jump, fly again, get some stam back, hit the water again. That would have been crazy. Oh, yeah, they did run out. Thank you. I plan on doing 1 more hour. Although I might finish this hour off stream. Might go make some dinner here pretty soon. Oh, we got a tide. Hell yeah. We like them tides. I might just keep the Krogdalo horse on my tag, to be honest. And keep my horse on my main. Have Voltarion in the stable on my main and Krogdalo on my tag. Have you tried watching in a different browser, John? Or maybe go through all your extensions and disable them all temporarily? Like, you don't have to delete them, just disable them and see if the problem goes away. Maybe it's an extension you have. Yeah, it's way more convenient having the Krogdalo stable on your main. Although you could probably have Krogdalo and the stable in your inventory, so then you have, like, the same way that I have Voltarion with the stable in my inventory. I just don't want to bench Voltarion, fuck. Voltarion's such a cool horse.
Emotional damage.
Do you think they'll ever turn on damage over video? We need to hold the devs accountable by crunching the numbers yourself. You can already see the numbers. Go to global. Yeah. We don't need those in game. It's just clutter. Does it really matter if you see thousand? You can do the intricate testing on how changes happen on Global Lab. If you're doing it regularly, yeah. I mean, maybe they could turn it on so it's in the BA here as well. Like whenever you're hitting the dummies in the BA, it shows the numbers. What do you mean? I know what I hit. When I hit it, I see the HP go down. HP goes down little, me not hit hard. HP goes down big, me hit big hard. Hold the devs accountable to what? To who? What are you even saying? It's just screen clutter. People are complaining that there's imbalance in the meta? Yeah, and it's been happening since the beginning of time. Guess what? The grinding speed between the best and the worst classes is it's probably smallest it's ever been. I think you're spending too much time on Reddit. They've been doing a fantastic job. An absolutely fantastic job. Is there more work to be done? Sure, yeah, there always will be. It's never going to be perfect. You want to know if you crack a 10k on somebody? You can. If they have 10k HP and they instantly die, you cracked a 10k. You can see how much HP people have by using the stacked HP bars. In regards to PvE too, I think damage numbers, all they do is encourage toxicity as well. Because then you have people making and setting up damage meters, and then now the people who can't pull their weight, they get shamed, named and shamed. I don't think it actually adds any value to the game. I think it makes the game worse having them. Like I said, I think it's perfectly fine maybe having them in the BA on the training dummies in there, but I don't think they serve any value being anywhere else. And I think the main case of why it would be useful in the BA, because if you go on Global Lab, you can go to the BA and turn on damage numbers and you can see whatever the new changes are on Global Lab. And then if you had the damage numbers on live only in the BA, you could then go to the BA and see your damage numbers on live and then compare the difference between the two. Right now, like, you can test on global, but you don't necessarily know what's coming on global. And once it hits global, you can't really test what it previously was anymore, right? Oh, it would be an absolute... Node Wars is probably the area where it would be the least valuable. You kidding me? You throw in an ability and it hits, like, frickin' 7 structures and 5 people, and you just see all these numbers clutter your screen and you can't tell what is what. Once again, that's just a mess. I personally just don't think it would serve any value. At least not to me. I don't know. Maybe other people would. But I genuinely... I do not care if they never add damage numbers. Yeah, but it gets even worse. Right now there is, and I think that's part of the reason why there's, or not part of the reason, but part of the benefit of there being as little group content as there is in BDO. I mean, I don't think there's a single dungeon in BDO that you need to be performing top DPS in order to succeed. Shit. My group, we did it without a Shy, which was the most impactful group character forever, and we were still able to blow it out of the water without a Shy, so... You're obviously speaking about other games, but it's not happening in BDO, and I think that's a breath of fresh air compared to other games. I think it was getting a little bit away with us with how strong Shy was in Misty Haze, and they addressed that recently, right? Olin's was the perfect example where you just couldn't even grind Decky Olin's 2 unless you had a Shy, and that was a problem, right? When you have a party of 3 people and one of them is dedicated to one class that most people don't want to play, it limits, like, everybody's then being gate-kept by Shies. It creates a very shitty environment, and they've recently addressed that, which is fantastic. Now you can go there with any 3 people, one of them doesn't have to be a Shy. My breath of fresh air on video is no trading, no G2G, What's G2G? No player auctions? Yeah. No, that's a very good thing, the no trading. Because as soon as you allow free trade from player to player, without having the central market as the middleman, you now dramatically open the door for RMT and botting, right? And I'm not trying to say botting doesn't happen, it obviously happens, but it's very clearly way less of a problem on here than it is in like Lost Ark and Throne and Liberty and all those games, right? And that's because you don't have those direct player transactions that can be done. I don't know what G2G is, though. Awakened Sage is a medium range class. I wouldn't necessarily call it ranged, but it's not also melee either. Is a third-party site for trading? Oh, is it? Oh, okay. There are some, like, range CCs. Like, this ability has a little bit of range, right? That's a CC. It's medium range, so I don't know. It's... You could technically say it's range, I guess. But it's close enough that most classes, you're like, a step away from them being in range of you. It's not like Archer or like Ranger or anything like that, or Dosa, right? Huge range CC tomorrow? Yeah, the new finishing touch change actually does have some serious range to it. But the thing is about that ability is if you try to use that against any ranged class, they're going to punish you. But it is going to be something that, you know, if you are careful with it, you're going to definitely catch people off guard, and it's going to be way more usable than it is currently. I'm really excited for that change. I wish they would let us hotbar it, though. If they would let us hotbar finishing touch, ooh-wee! Imagine if we could use it from Awakening too. They make it hotbarable and usable from Awakening. God damn, that shit would be so sick then. There ain't no way they'd do a change like that right now, though. People still have a real bad taste about Sage in their mouth. I pay to win on every game I play, but on video I respect the fuck out of the game because I can't pay to win for cheap. I don't know, pay to win is pretty cheap, but there is no winning. You can certainly pay, and you can progress really cheap. If you take advantage of the 1+1 box sales and then pair that up with like coupons and discounts and in-game sales, you can stretch your money really far. But there is no winning part of it, right? The nice thing about BDO is because it is a lot more akin to a fighter than your traditional MMO, you still need to learn how to play your class, and you could dump tens of thousands of dollars in the game, and if you don't know how to play your class and you don't know the matchups, you're still gonna get just fucking mopped up.
Neat.
So the new range CC is going to be this upcoming ability. So let me show you in a second here. So this right here, watch. When I come out, that right there, that's going to be the new range CC. Now I had to do some setup right now to pocket that, but I'm not going to have to do that anymore. I will have to make sure Spear Bolt is on cooldown, but that's a hell of a lot easier than casting like one of the least protected abilities an Awakened Sage can cast, and then having to pocket it and be very careful about how you rift so you don't lose the pocket. Gonna make it a much more usable ability for both Awakening and Succession, especially Succession. That ability, see, it doesn't do a lot of damage for Awakening, it's just to fish for a long-range float. But for Succession, that ability actually chunks. And it can be protected for Suck Sage. It's not protected for Awakening. Honestly, that is one of my favorite Succession abilities. So that shit is tempting to make me play Succession again. Yo, Budget. I'm sorry, man. I was yapping while you subbed. Thank you so much for the sub. So that knock will be on Suck. Knock. Oh, it's a float. But yeah. It's primarily being added for Succession. It's just something that Awaken can benefit from too. It's affecting both kits. On Succession, it does the float and does damage and can be protected. For Awakening, it's unprotected. It does CC, but it doesn't really do damage. It's because the damage scales off the preceding ability, right? Since it is a flow. Right here. Since it is a flow, it scales off of Spatial's damage. And for Awakening Sage, Spatial only does 5k damage with 64% reduction, right? Or, 4k. So you take 36% of that. Oh, wait, I guess it's 64. I'm reversing it the way it used to be. So it's actually 64. So that's actually not as bad as I originally thought. But even so, 64% of like 9k damage is approximately 6k. A little 6,000% damage hit. That's okay. That's an okay ability. That's comparable to probably a Notorious Spear. So it's not bad. But like for Succession Sage, since they have Prime Spatial, it scales off of this, which is 12,000 times 2. Now, mind you, this only has 28% damage in PvP, so the PvP reduction is more aggressive. But, I'm pretty sure 28,000 of 25k, or 28% of 25k is a lot more. Let me see. 25,000 times 0.28 is 7k. Oh, shit! Where we're 9,000 times 0.6415 is... Oh, okay. So ours does approximately 6,000 damage, 6,000%, 5,700% after the PvP reduction, where this one that scales off of this will do 7,000. So that's approximately a 20% damage difference. So theirs will hit 20% harder than ours. Yeah, I completely forgot they changed the PvP damage reduction. Instead of it being PvP damage reduction, it's PvP damage applied, which is basically just the inversion of it, and makes it easier to understand. Yeah, so that does 5.7k. Let's see, this does 6,300 times 2. And then 42%. Actually, it'll do more damage than a Notor's Spear. It'll do approximately 10% more damage than a Notor's Spear. The best core skill in Awakening? Oh, there are so many. Knowing your matchup. Awakening Sage, like, none of the cores are insane, but they all have some useful scenarios depending on who you're fighting and what you're fighting. Large scale, Lightning Prison core is good. It's losing a little bit of its value with Lightning Prison becoming a forward guard. You're not going to be able to dive into the middle of the ball and do it, but you're still going to be able to be pretty effective from the outside of the ball pushing in, right? You'll just have to pay more mind to your situational awareness and your positioning. Core Spear Bolt against some matches can be really good. Enlighten Bolt is really good if you're trying to play protected and just kill people standing. It's also a nice safe re-CC that is also a DP debuff for setting up your combos. Divine Executioner is a nice core as well against classes and people who are well versed in trying to grab you out of your Divine Executioner. You slap that core on, and when they try to do that, they land on their face. It's also a good core for large scale too. You don't get to CC as many people as like a Lightning Prison, but it is safe and you can land behind them even though they have their forward guard up and get the CC. Riftstorm is probably the most useless core. And what other one am I missing? Upsurge is a pretty good core too. Yeah, like, they all have their use cases. The best range classes are all female. Awakened Dosa is one of the best range classes right now, and it's not female. Those aren't my add-ons on Choice's Discord. Those are add-ons from someone else's guide. Choice reached out to me and asked me for a bunch of information on an Awakened Sage, but I have no interest on making guides or anything, so I actually just gave him the link to the guide that I refer people to, which is made by Archive. And I guess for some reason, Choice gave me credit for their guide. I don't know what it is. But, yeah, I never gave them add-ons. They're losing their knocks tomorrow? Well, they're losing knockdowns, but they're still going to be knockbacks. They're still going to have CCs. Knockbacks are more difficult to capitalize off of, but they're still good CCs. You're just going to have to be a lot quicker with it. A knockback is knockdown is brain dead. You land that shit, it doesn't matter how far you are from the target. You land that, and you're going to be able to capitalize off of it. Where a knockback, you're going to have to be more mindful of it, right? You see the knockback, you got to immediately do something about it. That class also has enough damage. Now, I don't know exactly. I know 2 of their knockdowns are becoming knockbacks. But I don't know if you can chain those together. So, like, if you see yourself get the first one, if you can quickly close a little bit of the gap, throw the second one, get closer, and then hit them with a bigger CC. Awakened Dosa has enough damage that it can kill people standing. So it can certainly kill people in a shortened in a shortened situation like that. That class's damage is also really, really fucking good. There's a reason why that class is, you know, one of the more popular siege classes for quite a while. When you have a class that hits that hard, it doesn't need to have that many powerful CCs. So, all these doses complaining about it, I got my tiny little violin playing for them. You're using me as the steel man? Uh-oh. That's always bad. Awakened Dose is still going to be a great class. It's just not going to be as strong in 1v1. But it's still going to frag out in large scale. I mean, obviously it frags out more when it knocks down a group of people from a mile away and then gets to hit them all while they're CC'd, right? But it's killing people standing, no problem. So it just really doesn't need that. That shit was just over the top. Same thing with Awakened Sage, right? People get mad about how critical I am of the bullshit on their classes. You know, I advocate for Awakened Sage nerfs as well. I think the Impaling Flash knockback is bullshit. I think any block jump is bullshit. And Awakened Sage's block jump isn't, like, their Impaling Flash isn't even remotely as close as strong as Hash's, but I still think it's bullshit. When you have it in a building like a Impaling Flash where it doesn't matter the position you're in, doesn't matter what you're doing with it, you just, or what your opponent is doing, you just hit that shit every time it's off cooldown and have reasonable results with it and have zero chance getting punished while doing it. That's dumb. That's bad design. Everything should come with a risk. If there's a reward attached to it, there should also be a risk. And the risk should be proportional to the reward. That's what some of the most OP classes in this game over the years have had in their favor. When they were overpowered, they lacked risk, they just had reward, right? They had strengths, they didn't have weaknesses. People don't care when classes have strengths if they also come paired with weaknesses. Yeah. I mean, most move was dumb. Right? It was good, don't get me wrong, but because the game couldn't handle it properly, it was dumb. If your client could properly interpret what a Zerker was doing while it was using mouse to move, I think it would be perfectly fine. In fact, I would have much preferred it to stay in the game, because anything that adds more skill expression just makes the game more interesting and helps separate the shitty players from the good players, right? But when you have the Zerker, your client not being able to interpret what the Zerker is doing, and then the Zerker appears out of thin air because he was using click to move, and now you're grabbed. Like, you can't react to that, right? You can't react to that if your client can't see it. So, like, when you have, like, a lot of Awakened Zerks are like, oh my god, like, I was so good, I was getting all these catches because of click to move. It's like, okay, well, but were those catches because you were good with it? Or was it because your opponent just couldn't see what was going on? Now, I don't think it was completely one or the other, but it was definitely somewhere in the middle, right? And that just makes it unfun. Yeah, I heard Suck DK's damage is also unethical right now. I'm honestly surprised Trep isn't running around with it. Well, Awakened Lawn was just as guilty as Zerk, though. They would desync like crazy using that. And then they would just appear out of thin air and grab you. I don't find that a problem. I mean, that requires a lot more effort than a Warrior or a Velk or a Nova or a Guardian sitting there with their Q blocked up, waiting to grab you. They don't even have to be doing anything with their mouse. They're just sitting there. And I wouldn't say that is broken on either of those classes. Yes, well, I mean, once again, it goes back to my original point, right? If you can't see them, that's a problem. If you can see them, then it isn't a problem. Because then you can appropriately react to it. But when you were fighting Zerkers, it was like fucking Schrodinger's cat, right? You could never tell if they were coming or they were going because they would just disappear half the time when they were doing that click-to-move shit. And it's hard to react appropriately when you don't know if they're being aggressive or defensive, right? The thing about my movement, though, Gravedigger, is with practice, you can actually tell where we're going. There's a reason why Kelb absolutely cooks other sages, and it's not a big deal. It's because he's taken the time. He obviously plays the class, so he's a lot more intimate with their movement. So he knows when they do an ability approximately where they're going to appear. With Zerker, there was no approximation. If you can't tell the difference between that, then you're probably not a PvPer. Also, I think one of the bigger issues, and this doesn't apply to just Sage, but this applies to all classes in general. A lot of classes are much easier to track when you have spell effects on. But when you have spell effects on, there's a lot of classes that clutter your screen that make it hard to see things. I think movement abilities, their effects should always be visible. Or there should be some way to customize which effects are visible or not. Because they had to do this for Hash, right? When Hash was in Tornadoes, when they were first added, the tornado was invisible, so the hash was completely invisible. But now, they ended up realizing that that was a problem, and they made it so when the hash is in tornado, the tornado's visible still. And all movement abilities need to do that. Because there's a lot of classes, Awakened Sage is one of them, Sage in general, both kits are also this. That if you have effects on, they become much easier to track. Because the effects are what telegraph their movement. So, I personally think all movement effects should always be visible. You should be able to turn other people's abilities off. You don't need to see, you know, a Sage's lightning prison if you don't want to, right? It doesn't really do anything for you. But you certainly should be able to see, like, every time he bolts, impaling flashes, spear bolts, you should be able to see those animations. What's your opinion on the Dosa nerfs? Justified. If you want to make the argument that Awakening Sage needs nerfs, and I'm right there with you. I think Awakened Sage needs nerfs, and that's why we're getting hit with some nerfs tomorrow. let's take a look at large scale. At least here in NA, I can't speak for other regions. Awakened Dosa was far more popular than Awakening Sage in large scale. And outperforming it. So, if you're going to make the argument that Awakened Sage needs nerfs, then obviously Dosa did too. And they're both getting nerfs. I think right now the people are scratching their heads about hash. Everybody's kind of wondering like what's going on the hash front. That class is just kind of getting ignored. Apparently suck DK damage is out of this world. That's what I hear. I haven't had a chance to experience it myself, but I believe it. Suck DK damage has always been terrifying, and with the way they changed the Class V class modifiers, that definitely seems like it would have benefited suck DK quite tremendously. Do you think they will bring back capped RBF? The funny thing is, people used capped RBF very little. Even when it was like the main thing in the game, right? When there was like, everybody was within that gear score. It would be nice for them to have the option, but it always ends up being this, like, when we had it, almost nobody used it. But I definitely think it should be available. Yeah. I mean, Solaire is different than RBF. Solaire is obviously popular. Awakened Dosa is still going to be really good at 1v1. It's an extremely difficult class to catch, and its damage is overwhelming. Very overwhelming for a lot of classes to deal with. It's going to require better positioning. If you're a mile away and you land one that, like that range stiff or KD or knockback, I can't remember which is which, you know, then you're not going to be able to capitalize off of it. You got to actually be within a more reasonable range to be able to capitalize off of it, and I think that's a good thing. Adding more positioning and situational awareness to classes is the direction the game should be going. Everybody, see, this is the funny thing, right? Everybody bitches and complains. Everybody's so protected and all of these catches and blah, 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 right? And then whenever it comes time for their class to get adjusted in a direction they've been advocating, they're like, oh, wait, you mean my class too? No, I don't want my class to get changed. I was just talking about everybody else. Duck DK, probably one of the winners of the mod changes, yeah. I don't know if people are sleeping on it. ASAP would always run my shit, so if that class is hitting as hard as I hear it is, I hope I don't see ASAP for a long time. That man scares me. Yes, I was referred to. I was speaking about people in general. Everybody bitches and complains in general that they want more classes to be protected and have to have more situational awareness and positioning. But when all of a sudden it's their class getting adjustments like that, they get upset and say, oh no, these are the wrong changes. Like with Awakening Sage's Lightning Prison, so many Awakening Sages are upset. And they're like, oh no, the Ford Guard, oh, Lightning Prison's dead. It's like, well no, you're just gonna have to fucking position now. You gotta use your brain. You don't just fucking throw it every time it's off cooldown because you're fully protected. ASAP back on DK? I'm actually not sure what he's on. The thing about a knockdown catch is it doesn't require any brain. You hit somebody with it, you can be a mile away. Since it's such a long CC, you can close the gap. You could be in the middle of a... You can throw the ability, get the CC, be in a long animation, have to finish that animation, then close the gap, and you can still capitalize off of it. Where knockbacks and stiffs, if you miss that window, you lost it. It's a very small window. So, yeah, you have to be mindful of that, right? Like with my shock relay, for example, right? If I'm fighting somebody and I just do a shock relay and instantly bolt backwards, and if they were at max range, I now don't have enough range to capitalize off of it. So I got to be mindful of that, right? If I'm going to go for a shock relay stiff, I got to at least go laterally or go forward. So just in case I land the stiff, I'm now in position to capitalize off of it. More classes need things that require proper positioning and situational awareness and the thought that comes with that. But like I said, there's so many people in the game, they will advocate for all of those things until it comes time for their class to get it. And then all of a sudden like, oh, well, those are the wrong changes. What do you... No, they shouldn't have done that to me. I was just talking about everybody else. It's just, I'm so tired of that. And it's never going to go away. It's just something I got to accept, but that's just how people are. And then people will do all this whataboutisms. And the whataboutisms are really irritating to me. They'll be like, oh, well, my class was the second best at this and they nerfed it. And you know what? There was a class that's better at this and they didn't nerf that, so my class should keep it. It's like, no. How about they nerf both of them? How about that? The hell? The hell are we even saying? Or at least make sure there's trade-offs, right? I like the fact that we have classes that excel in certain areas, as long as there's a trade-off involved. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see the... I think you're talking about the stealth changes, right, Ruler? I haven't had a chance to see that in action. It'll be interesting once Solaire starts back up and like Armin's streaming it. I don't know if Yellow's... I think he was playing the other day. If Yellow PK starts streaming it again too, it'd be kind of cool to see it in like a Solaire environment. Full SACCs with movement shouldn't be in the game. 100%. 100%. I am with you there. That's why I think Impaling Flash is just one of the most brain dead things they ever did to Awakening Sage. It's a first frame iframe that does damage, moves you, slows, and has a knockback. Like, what are we even talking about here? Like, why the fuck is that all on one ability? I get it. Movement ability, fine. Movement damage, okay. Fully protected too, oh, and like CC, slow. Holy, like, shut up. It's what makes the game fun. WoW tried to remove differences from classes and it had its worst period. Differences in what makes classes... Yeah, I mean, if everybody ends up just being a carbon copy, a reskinned version of each other, the game gets very boring and predictable, right? So, having things that make classes them is cool, but you need to have trade-offs. And that was one of the biggest, like, Sage has been strong for a long time. It wasn't broken, but it's been strong for a few seasons now. But it had a trade-off. It was stamina. If you couldn't manage the stamina for Sage, you fucking sucked. You were so easy to deal with. But the Sages that were good at managing it, and I'm sure if any of you guys have done Solaire on EU or NA, you know these names. Calb, Kaj, and Curvy. Why are all of these guys starting with a C? Wait a minute. Maybe I need to rename my class to Kethian or something. But yeah, these guys, they played before Sage was busted. They played it really well because they could manage the stamina, right? And they could do well. Where a lot of other Sages, they fucking floundered because they sucked at managing their stamina. That was the trade-off. How are you going to CC an Archer without movement CC abilities or a Deadeye? Once again, those classes are BS, right? They need more gaps. But we just have like this power creep that's happened where they're like, okay, people are getting tankier, so we need to give them more damage, and people are getting faster, so we need to make them more protected, and people are getting more protected, so we need to add more damage. And it's like an around and around and around we went, and then now we just end up with like all of these classes, like so many classes now that are fully protected movement, dumping bombs of damage, never leaving protection, not having to even think about their stamina. A good archer definitely doesn't feel like Gap City. If Archer's Gap City, then Awakened Sage is also Gap City. And I definitely think that's a cat. I swear, the only time when I'm fighting Zac, and Zac was the first archer to ever get top 100 in Solaire on Archer in the whole world, and he did it just this recent season. When I fought Zac, I felt like I could only kill him standing up. I don't know if I caught him a whole lot. I just had to constantly keep trying to dump damage on him and stay close to him, because if I let him get range, he would cook my ass. Remember, once upon a time, range was considered a protection? The fact that you could actually do stuff from range? That's the power creep I'm talking about, right? Range was considered the protection. But then they started adding a bunch of range CCs to the game, so if you had an unprotected ranged ability, you would just get CC'd. So then they had to make those abilities protected, right? That's the power creep I'm talking about. And then they made classes so fast that the range felt like less of a protection too, because then you have like Awakened Nova and Excel, or like Original Drac, or even Awakened Sage, right, with a Bolt Impaling. Like, they're on you so fast that the range doesn't feel like a protection. It's been like an arms race of power creep, and it's been largely fueled by every single time they release a new class. Because when they release a new class, they want it to be interesting and exciting and stand out. So they'll take some aspect that maybe it overlaps with some other classes, but make it now one step better, right? But now that they made it one step better, now they got to buff other classes. So it's just like, and you know what? I guess this is just the MMO progression. Maybe this is just par for the course, right? Wukong is a 2016 class for now. You gotta remember, Rabombs and its Magnus can change it quite quickly. And it has a really nice kit in a lot of ways. They could just add like a float here or an extra damage there, and then the Rabombs and the Magnus, and that class could be popping real fast. It has a really good foundation laid to become busted, but it's not busted yet. Which is surprising, because it's been out for like, what, over a month now? Usually it's about a month before classes become busted. Yeah. He has, exactly. Yeah. 2025 protections and movement, but not 2025 CCs and damage. Can you gift this game? I don't think so. Maybe you could on Steam. They need to fix losing Buddha when you speak to NPCs or respawn. Definitely not on respawn. But if you're talking to NPCs, it should definitely do that. Like, it definitely shouldn't do that. Okay, chat, I think we're going to call it... no, we'll give it the 5 more minutes. We got 5 minutes left on our scroll, then we're going to call it here. I'll probably be able to do another little hour later. I'm going to try to chip out as much as I can. Tomorrow, we will not get 67. We're going to get real... We'll probably get to about 99.8, 99.9%, and then we'll save that last little bit for Friday. Tomorrow, we'll get as far as we can go. Tomorrow's my 15th year anniversary, so... Going to be a bit of a shorter stream. Keep the current spirits. If we cancel the form, not lose all the spirits instantly. See, I don't know how I feel about that, because I don't know Wukong enough, so I want to push back against that, but I don't know why. So I'm just gonna say I don't know the class. And it clearly needs some buffs right now. There's clearly some issues with it. I'm just gonna trust that you, you know, you're more in tune with what it needs than I am. You dummy most of it or ground most of it? Definitely ground most of it, yeah. Because a lot of it was done... I've been AFK fishing and shit, right? This last 10% I've been dummying, because I've been trying to get this before Edania. So, I don't know, maybe a 50-50 split. It's kind of hard to say, because I know earlier in the level I was dummying because fishing sucked. You never dummy? Yeah. I mean, it feels bad to dummy when you can fish for, like, over $1 bill a night, right? Like, just in the last month, to go from 90% to 100%, it's taken me, like, almost 6 weeks, or I guess 5 weeks of dummying. 5 weeks of dummying, that's like, what, 35 days? That's, you know, probably, at bare minimum, 1 billion silver fishing a night. That's 35 bill I threw away. For something that's going to be, like, of no value, really. 67 is nothing, right? I'm getting 1 hidden AP, a little bit of extra HP, nothing consequential at all. Does Grimkill owe you? Nah, it wasn't really a bet. I just told him he grossly underestimated how much XP he had on his previous account before he quit to go play in Throne and Liberty. And he thought that he was at like 50%, and I was like, I don't know about that. And I went and checked all of his VODs like around that time, and I was like, no, dude, you're only a few percent in. I think he's starting to see that now, even with the 1000% EXP, right? He had zero chance to catch up to me, because even if I wasn't dummying, I would still have, you know, I would probably be about, well, let's see, I was getting about 0.15 a night from dummying. So considering 35 nights. The hell? See, now I think that is a Twitch issue that just happened there. That's weird, because my OBS is reporting everything perfectly fine. Yeah, nothing went wrong there. I haven't dropped a single frame. No frames due to rendering or encoding lag. But, like, I loaded up my stream on my side monitor, and I definitely saw what you guys saw that time. Okay, well, anyways, something weird happened there. I'm going to end the stream here anyways. I was going to do it right after I ended my scroll. But thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and we will catch you all tomorrow. Thanks for... Oh, wait a minute. That's not the ending scene. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day.